A big welcome back to the South African Endurance Series 2021 Championship. Incredibly, we've gone from bright sunny skies to pouring rain, and now, as you can see, the rain has kind of dissipated. It's a little bit of a drizzle still in certain parts of the circuit, but it stopped raining pretty much all around the track. But it's a wet circuit we're about to go and play on, and this is going to turn into something completely different to what a lot of people, I think, were expecting here. I've seen that a couple of additional people have joined us. Hayley Faree is here, Evan Schreiber, Annalise Martins is watching. Of course, her young daughter is going to be piloting one of the Cobras today. And Sharon Ann Vensky's in the house. Fred Stemmett, yes, the weather looks hectic. I can tell you right now, about 10 minutes ago, it was terrible. It's a lot better than what it was. And I think it's going to be a nice turnaround here for the first 2 hours of a bit of wet weather. The track will dry rapidly. Nailed it. All right, and with about 4 minutes to go, I believe the All Blacks have just gone up in the rugby as well. So if you're watching us on the live stream, you're probably watching the rugby on something else. 26-25, 1 point in it. Wow, should be pretty good. Belinda Groenewald is here as well from Pretoria. Looks very wet there. It is very wet here, Belinda Groenewald, I can tell you. Very, very wet indeed. The problem that you've got with these kind of conditions, as you can see in the background, our man on second place on the grid, Franco Scribanti, makes his way through in the B26 Chevron, is if you stay on track, it's fine. It's when you go off the track here at East London that it becomes very hair-raising, because the amount of water that's in the ground already has now just been soaked with about a 25 to 30 minute downpour, and you basically become an aquaplaning passenger if your car veers off the road at any part of the circuit. Here we go. Haval Edenvale, of course, supplying us our pace car. And, oh no, the box are back up. I'm getting information here from Scuderia Scribanti. They've stolen my director's phone and is watching on the DSTV app while we're trying to do race commentary here. And they think that the Springboks are going to win. I don't know if that's going to be the case. 28-26 with about 3 minutes to go. Literally back-to-back opportunities. It sounds like Alton Yankees is just in a drop goal, but let's concentrate on what's happening on the grid, though. Stradale Motorsport have put their car onto pole position, and that is going to be the Audi R8 that is going to be shared, of course, by Charles Arangis and also by Arnie Neveling. Alongside them, it's Franco Scribanti and Jason Campos in the B26 Chevron. Franco at the wheel of his own car to start the race day. Behind them, it's WCT Engineering's Porsche, and I would say probably Hein Lateghan at the wheel of that car to start things out. And then we get into the rest of the pack. It's Stradale into Africa's second car. That'll be Chop Sapuka and Olile Zetlaka sharing the Lamborghini. Backdraft Racing number 2, the 52 car, is the Backdraft Racing Roadster. And at the wheel of that car, of course, we have got Brian Martin and Mike McLaughlin. Alongside them will be the Polo Super Cup GTI of Bucket List Racing's Mikhail Patamba and Bradley Scorer. Old Dog Racing is Steve Clark and Richard Rutz. Alongside the Blackheart Racing Cobra. You can see a whole gaggle of Cobras back in the mix once again here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. As we go all the way down, you've got a whole bunch, as I said, of those cars going at it. 007 Titan Racing, the Titan Historic Racing team. That's Colin Ellison and his team. Getting ready to go now for their 4-hour endurance race. 4 hours, as I said, but starting with wet conditions. It's probably going to dry through the afternoon, and we're probably going to end up with a dry circuit and possibly even some sunshine by the end of this 4 hours. We've got information from Brendan Kelly, who was down in PE, where he told us the front was coming. It arrived just spot on time, and it's left spot on time as well. So possibilities of just a wet start and into drying conditions through the race, which is going to change, I think, a lot of the team's strategies for this 4-hour endurance. Look at that array of cars. Chevron, Lamborghini, Audi R8, Polo Super Cup GTI, Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works S, Cobras aplenty, BMW 328, and of course it's just been in action in the wet, so Sean Gradwell possibly going to be staying at the wheel of that car to start things because he knows what conditions are like. Even if the team were clever, they would have done that. Pesty Racing's Cobra there too. The Backdraft Racing Alfa Romeo, and I think behind the wheel of that one is going to be Chris Pretorius. And there you have it. Our field of cars all ready to go here for action for the next 4 hours. Side by side and taking up their positions. Let's get ready for the race start here. Dictating the pace will be Ari Neveling behind the wheel of the R8 Audi. And he will dictate the pace across the line for the rolling start. Remember, it's 4 hours of racing. The pit lane opens up literally as the flag drops, but it will shut with 5 minutes to go. And time to drop the hammer. Someone peeling to the pit lane by the looks of things in the background as well. But a great start from the Audi R8 down into turn 1. Franco Scrivanti follows through into second place. He's got the Porsche of Hein Lartigan on his tail. Chop Sapuka in the McLaren. That is, of course, the McLaren 650S that him and Olile Letlaka will be piloting, followed by Mike McLaughlin, I think has started for Backdraft Racing. And you've got Patamba, and as he heads down there, I think it might be Brad Scorer or I'm not quite sure who started the race because I'm looking just behind me here to see whether it's Brad or Mikhail. I think it's Brad. Mikhail's standing on the platform here just alongside us here in our commentary position. Could possibly have been Rechard Rutz who pulled into pit lane. We'll try and get that. And by the looks of things, not over yet, but the rugby is starting to get exciting. They're counting their chickens before the black hens have hatched, eh? We'll wait and see how that goes. Right now, that is Big Mike McLaughlin at the wheel of the 52 Backdraft Racing Cobra. Dave Trelawney Hall has joined us as well. Thanks for that, for support. But Andrew Horn's in the house too. Challenging conditions, you know it, buddy. Bianca Webb is here too. Thank you, B. How are you doing? It looks amazing. Yeah, it is pretty amazing to be racing in these kind of conditions. But of course, it's just great to be racing, period. And hopefully with some spectators coming in the very near future after the announcement last Thursday night. So what you're going to see here is a completely different setup to what we'd normally see in terms of how things run here. Franco Scribanti and Jason Campos, of course, sharing the Chevron B29 would normally be the pace setters, but yesterday they were outgunned by Stradale Motorsport, and Arnie Neveling setting the pace initially for that team in the R8 Audi. Oh, out of shape in the background. That is the 11 car. Ooh, big moment there. And Backdraft Racing, that of course is our learner team. It's an all-black racing team, and if I'm not mistaken, it's Zolile Latlaka's young son, Ledwaba, who is at the wheel of that car and got out of shape. So maybe a little bit of work to be done, and still got to see some time in the saddle there for him. But young Letlaka getting it out of shape there properly out of Beacon Corner, and unfortunately got back on track. No need for the safety car. Oh no, South Africa won the rugby, according to Silvio Scribanti. No, not yet. Not yet. How many minutes to go? Oh no, it'll probably miss. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm just giving them hell at the same time as we're commentating here. Got two sets of sports going there. Andrew Horn. We need spectators for Cape Town. Yes, it would be amazing we can get spectators for the 9 hour in Cape Town, buddy. But that, of course, all pens South Africans going to get their vaccines and our vaccine passports being given the green light. And if we get that green light, of course, we can then go and do some racing like they're doing overseas. Here's the replay. The Mr. Price Cobra. Getting it lit up, climbing into the tyre barrier. Fortunately, no damage because he slid right past the tyre barrier. Catches the car on the grass, and that's what I mentioned earlier on. If you put a wheel onto the dirt or onto the grass, you become literally a passenger in an aquaplaning vehicle. There's no way you're going to catch that. He was very lucky to survive that. Drops to the back of the pack, but it's a good learning curve there. Belinda Groenewald, yes, unfortunately I've just heard that the Springboks won. And now my director can get his phone back because this hooligan team from Silvio Scribanti Racing came and stole my director's phone and took up and used all of his data so they could watch the final 7 minutes of the rugby. But yeah, great to see that, and I'm sure the South Africans are pretty happy about the result there. One thing I can say is it has spoilt the clean run from the All Blacks. But speaking of All Blacks, the All Black team now about to be caught by the Audi, the leading Audi R8. And Arnie Neveling is holding nothing back here. What a start here from him. In the rain, Arnie Neveling currently lapping in 125.2s in the rain. That's pretty impressive stuff. Remember, that's a rear-wheel drive Audi. It's not an all-wheel drive Audi, and the Quattro systems have been taken out of those GT3 spec cars. Front car at the moment, Frankie's in 132.6s. So it's almost 10 seconds a lap quicker out of the Audi than what we're getting out of Frank Scribanti. And of course, he's dropped down to 4th place. So Puka's through into 2nd. Lartakhan is through into 3rd. And Masio C over my shoulder. What's up, Eric? Okay, he just came over my shoulder. He's watching the screen to see what's happening out on track. Thought he might be coming to give me some information. Nigel Cosway is in the house. Fresh bit of air there for the open top cars. Yes, Nigel, marshalling Marshal of the Marshals universe. I would hate to be an open cockpit car today. I know that Jason Campos, I think, has got about 6 sets of overalls, just in case it rained. So it wasn't a bad plan, but I think he may only have to use one because he's going to get into the car second after Franco Scribanti has completed his. And Franco's having a problem here. Franco's dropping back here rapidly. Is he in pit lane? I don't see him in the pit lane there. But Franco has dropped right out of the top 12. Is he off on track somewhere, Daryl? I think just keep an eye out for that chevron, because on the timing monitor he's out of the top 12 completely. He's down in 16th place. There's a problem on Frank's car somewhere, that is for sure. The Chevron B26 has dropped way out of contention. We can't see exactly where he might have had an issue, but he went from second place down to 16th in the space of a lap and a half. So certainly an issue there for the Chevron B26. That's Reggie at the wheel of the 42 car. Possibility of his car was one of the early. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Reg. It was the 7 car of Thornton. Greg Thornton was the car that came in earlier on. If I look at how the timing monitor's gone there. There are 2 grey cars, so we might have just got caught up by that. Here's the leader in the pack already. Can you believe that? Having only completed 4 laps, he's into traffic big time here as Arnie Neveling. Onto the back end of Julian Familiaris, who started the race day there for Demateo Racing in his backdraft Cobra. And Lonica Martin's just up the road there, so Annalise will be happy to see that her daughter is started the race there for the 61 car. And a nice start there from her, currently lapping in the 147s. Unbelievable, the differentiation between the lead car lapping in currently 26.9s and the slowest car on track. Wow, 2 minute 22s. That's the speed and lap time differential between the fastest car on track and the slowest car on track. Of course, looking at that fastest car, that's Arnie Neveling, who's had oodles of international experience in karting and sports car experience. Was one of the drivers touted for a Formula 1 drive from South Africa in his early career. Unfortunately, just running out of the financial assistance that's required to go to Formula 1, but was in contention, having been the championship leader amongst 2 of the crop of Formula 1 drivers currently piloting their vehicles. Sort of the biggest name that he was fighting against and actually led the championship over was, of course, Valtteri Bottas. And he now is in the fight here in the mid-pack of this big pack of 22 cars that have gone to battle. Mona Jurgens in the 4 car. And as I was saying, Cornele Letlaka there, that is Zolile's son. First time out for him. It'll be a good bit of experience for him because I've always said when you're a young driver, they battle with wet conditions. And the reason they battle with wet conditions is normally when wet conditions come, drivers go and park their cars. The only way to learn to drive in the rain is to actually go and drive in the rain. Chop Sapuka starting the race there for the second of the Litlaka cars. Daryl, I still haven't spotted where the chevron is. I'm not quite sure if he's in pit lane. I don't know if we can maybe spot him because he's quite a long way down. He might have come in and parked in the pit box to try and get that car sorted. Whether or not we can see that, we'll wait and see. But if I look at how things have gone, he has only completed 2 laps. Everybody else is on to their 5th, so he must be in pit lane. Or he's parked somewhere on the sideline. But they would have sent the course car to fetch him, yeah. So we must assume that he's in pit lane. Conditions drying up here pretty rapidly. As you can see, a dry line coming through Rifle and out of Rifle down to Cochabana. Dry line on the beat straight as well. So it means that we're in for a bit of a wet start into dry racing for the rest of the afternoon. Is Chop Sapuka making his way through the pack of Cobras. 61 car, Lonica Martins at the wheel of that one. Behind her is Rob Clark in the Bucketless Racing and Container Force Mini Cooper. It's a John Cooper Works S Mini that they pilot, and it's a really, really awesome little machine that in these kind of conditions you'd probably be reveling in that car. I haven't driven one of those myself around this circuit in anger on a few occasions. It's definitely a great car to have here for the East London Grand Prix circuit. Coming up on the back end of the 2 Cobras ahead of him, Lonica Martins and Julian Familiaris. Is Sapuka pulling into pit lane? No, just taking the inside line onto the main straightaway there, trying to stay out of harm's way and out of the wind's way as well, to not get buffered too much. Apologies on that one. It's actually Zolile's brother as opposed to his son. I wasn't quite sure on that one. There he is there in shot. Kwanele Litlaka. First time out for him to have a go. And looks like Zolile might be starting to make his way through. He's got ahead of Lonica Martins. He's got through there on Julian Familiaris as well. Arnie Neverling, 124 dead on that last pass. He's now got through the pack, that's why, and he can have a bit of clean air. But considering the fact that there's a lot of cars on track and there was tricky conditions to start with, there you go. There's the first shot of a very concerned Franco Scribanti. Mark over his shoulder, just having a chat to him to see what was gone wrong. See Roy Campos at the door there as well. Concerned about what has possibly gone wrong here with that Chevron B26. That's the car that of course runs a V8 configured twin Hayabusa Suzuki engine. Engineering in that car is spectacular. If you ever get a chance to get up close and personal, go and have a look at that car for sure. Hello my queen, how you doing? I can see a couple of other guys have joined us now as we've started things here. All the way from the Emerald Isle is Daryl Ecoat. Thank you for your support there, bud. I think Kevin Clark is there too. Thanks for that, buddy. There is your 3rd place car, Hein Laterkhan. Oh, eventually Franco getting back on track. Franco coming out of the pit box now and going back onto the circuit for the first time since lap 2, which means he starts his attack 6 laps down. And here comes the lead car. It could possibly be 7. It is. 7 laps down now, and Franco joins the fight. So the Audi goes past Franco into turn 1, Potter's Pass, and is now 7 laps ahead of arguably their biggest rival in this class in the Chevron B26, Franco Scribanti and Jason Campos, the team behind the car that's been all conquering so far. Laterkhan in 3rd in the Porsche. Then you've got Mike McLaughlin. McLaughlin in the Backdraft Racing Cobra. Brad Scorer starting things in the Super Polo. Nice move there, getting out the way. And allowing Franco through. Franco definitely going to be pushing that Suzuki engine as fast as possible to get as much out of it as possible and try and make up the ground he's lost early on. Just a bit of information coming away as well from the COC. It sounds like the Chevron picked up a little bit of a misfire, and right now it doesn't seem to be misfiring at all. I'll have a listen to it as it comes past in about 3 seconds time. 2, 1. Yeah, it's definitely not as high screaming as what it is normally. And is there a bit of battle scar on the side of the car? Is there a bit of no. Yeah, there is. Look at the front right of the car. Daryl, if we get a chance, the front right of Franco's car when we come into the complex. Let's just have a look at that if we get it at gate corner, please. Good possibility of some damage on that car. He might have just run off and clipped a curb. And that could possibly also be hindering him slightly there in the Chevron. There's definitely a problem on the front of the car. Look at the front right. It's starting to flap there on the front right of the car. 9 laps down. And a bit of battle scars on the car as well. There's a big concern. Here it comes. Let's have a look and see. There he comes. Oh yes, definitely. The splitter's come loose on the front there. There's a bit of a splitter loose on Franco's car. You can see it here, Eric, if you want to have a quick look here, buddy. Coming up, you can see on the side there, the splitter on the front is just starting to wave. It'll probably work its way off, but it might be a concern. Coming up onto the braking point here for Beacon Corner. It's been a tough start to the race here for Franco, and he's putting his hand up. He's going into pit lane. So he's making his way into pit lane now. He realizes there's something wrong on the front of the car. So Frank's had a tough start to this one for sure for Scuderia Scribanti and Franco Scribanti Racing. Audi on the inside of the Pesty Racing Cobra into turn 1 Potter's Pass. And Scribanti peels back into the pit box once again. Pesty Racing versus the black car that is out there, the Cobra. Piloted, I think, by Craig Zank. Craig Zank at the wheel of that car. Good to have him back in endurance racing as well. Zank Racing man. He's normally a hill climb specialist, and of course multiple champion in drag racing as well. He's got a couple of sensational drag racing cars that he's built in his career. Oh, it's getting real in here. Lartacon under a bit of pressure there from Familiaris as things start to dry up a bit. Coming up on Cornelia Letlaka. Sun is starting to shine, so almost on cue. Weather must hold. We're hoping so, Mr. Maloney. We're hoping so, Pops. That's for sure. Not going to be an easy day. But it's dry at the moment. The problem that you got, though, is if you go off track, there's still a lot of wetness in the grass. And you're either going to make yourself extremely dirty, or you're going to find yourself sliding and with no ability to control the slide because of the amount of water on the grass and now soaking into the patches either side of the black stuff. Brad Scorer at the wheel of the Bucket List Racing Super Polo GTI. Cobra's heading down the main straightaway there. 262, Edwin Bester at the wheel of that car. He's ahead of Benjamin Morgenroot, and of course Philip Mayer out there as well in the People Group Cobra. Morgenroot's original car unfortunately had some problems yesterday, so he applied for dispensation to drive the 7 car, which is the sort of turquoise blue machine. Lead car back up to Beacon. On his tail, that will be Darren Winterboer. Winterboer pulling into the pit lane behind the lead car. So an early stop here for Stradale Motorsport in the Audi R8. Arnie and Evelyn coming in for a stop. Looks like it's probably a scheduled stop by the looks of things. Probably going to refuel that car. Charles Orangi's doing the lollipop man duty. Here's a great shot of how things have changed in terms of the weather. You can see dry lines already in pit lane. Hein Latergan also coming in. There's a possible change up from tyre point of view now that the track is starting to get hotter and the dry lines are formed. Wet weather tyres probably going to be pulled off and slicks put back onto the cars so they can keep them at pace. Most of the Cobras run semi-slicks, so they probably won't come in for a tyre change. But the quicker cars probably would have started the race on wet weathers and now coming in to do those tyre changes that are required to keep their pace up. There is confirmation of wheel and tyre changes there for Bucketless Racing's Alfa Romeo. Darren Bunterboer behind the wheel of that car, the Bulawayo Bomber. Familiaris in a bit of a fight here. A proper good fight with the 61 car of Lonica Martins. Both of them in their initial parts of their careers had some outings in the V8s. The Mobil 1 V8 supercars. Lonica Martins actually taking a victory in a Mobil 1 V8 supercar. And Julian Familiaris has also taken a win in that category. Here comes the Audi back on track one more time. And now on slick tyres. So we saw a change up for the lead. Chop Sapuka taking the lead as Ari Neveling came in. Neveling on the slick tyres was able to do a 24.026. He's now on full slicks. So expect those lap times to drop rapidly. He came out right behind Hein Latergan, who's also been in for a tyre change in the GT3 Porsche. Similar colours on those two cars as they head down towards rifle range. But of course being run by two separate outings and two separate teams. One, of course, is Stradale Motorsport. The other one, WCT Engineering. Is that McLaughlin on the sideline? It is. Big Mike McLaughlin in the backdraft Cobra with a massive problem there, unfortunately. And he's actually turned in at wrong turn. Out of Cochabana. Bit of a problem there for Mike McLaughlin. And he'll now have to try and get back. We got a safety car. Safety car for the first time has been deployed. And the safety car now going to pick up on Brad Scorer in the Super Cup Polo GTI. He will finish up now and resume his position behind that Joe Leon, courtesy of Aval Edenval. Lights on, and it's Scorer. Looks like that is Cornelia Ledlaba. Yes, it is. Letlaka. Behind that is the People Group Cobra. And Philip Mayer behind the wheel of that. Gradwell in the BMW. Slots in behind him. And that's how things go. With the safety car being deployed, everybody gets to ease up. I was expecting to see the course car out the P-Series Bucky, but it's been stopped short of pit exit. I wonder if they're going to need the course car to go and collect the vehicles that are stuck on the sideline. I've got my good friends here from Silvio Scribanti and Scuderia Scribanti having a little post-race meeting. We'll have it, a little vergadering over there. They're enjoying themselves after a good race day. So as we under safety car now, everybody just bunches up. This could be an opportunity if they could get the Chevron back on track to make up some ground. But I think Franco might have a problem that could be terminal. That is the possibility of the safety car, although where I saw the Jolion stopping on the outside of Cochabana Corners entrance, that could possibly be one of the reasons for the safety car. It's not actually McLaughlin's car that's stuck on the inside. Jolion just waving through. Not quite sure what the call is here and why the safety cars wave some cars through. Maybe he's looking to pick up on the leader. Yeah, he's waving through Cornelia Letlaka. Richard Rutz waving through. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on here because the safety car is still being deployed and is trying to pick up the leader. And that's not the leader. Oh, it is. Chop Sapuka's in the lead of the race. It is. So he's found Chops and he's picked up. That's what he's waiting for. He's waiting to pick up the leader. The leading car is Chop Sapuka. He's now got him. So I'm not sure why the P Series has been stopped though. Because I don't see any other issues on track other than Mark McLaughlin on the inside of the exit of Cochabana. And if that's the case, he's not really in harm's way, but they need to get that P-Series Bucky down to him to recover the vehicle. I suppose they've been waiting for the safety car to pick up the leader before they send the support car out to collect that stricken backdraft Cobra. Guys going to take up opportunities now under safety car to do some stops that would probably not have been planned unless there was a safety car scenario. The Morganwood Racing backdraft Cobra had to be parked earlier in the weekend, so they've been given the spare car there from backdraft, the 7 car. There's a very good possibility that there are 2 cars involved there, Paul. I see you saying there's 2 cars being sent there. Initially, the Jolion stopped on the entrance to Cochabana, on the outside. So I think there might be a car on the outside of that shot, just to the left-hand side and above the tree line at where Mike McLaughlin is parked. And then there's Mike McLaughlin's Cobra as well. So I think there's a possibility that there could be 2 cars involved. I'm looking at the way things have gone here. Backdraft Racing and Greg Thornton could be the 2 cars involved. Franco's still in pit lane and has not returned to the circuit after his first return to the circuit 9 laps down. Thanks, Elder. I would love one, but now I've still got some work to do. They're tempting the commentary team here. These crazy Italians that are my friends here from Scuderia Scrivanti. I'll stick with the red juice for now. Okay, so there is only 1 car there. It's a bit of a weird stop there, Paulie, I've got to say. That they've allowed this amount of time to go and fetch the backdraft Cobra. I know they said they were going to pick up on the lead car before they sent any vehicles out there, and it took them a while to find Chops. Now that they found him, Chops has actually pulled into pit lane and comes in for a bit of a change up there, possibly also a tyre change on that car, few slick tyres, to give him the advantage now of the dry circuit. And it is Chop Sapuka still at the wheel, a little bit of a wheel spin off the line, out of his pit box, and he'll make his way back onto circuit. So it's scorer ahead there of Letlaka, Philip Meyer, Gradwell, Ari Neveling, Hein Latachan as they peel into the complex. Lonica Martins, Julian Familiaris, Darren Winterboer, Robin Clark. Look, that is the Black Cobra. That'll be Craig Zank. And then behind Zank will be Rechodritz. And that's how they've lined up behind the safety car now. A couple of cars to take up their positions at the back of that train. The lead car has gone from behind the safety car to the back of the pack. We've still got lights on because we're still recovering the vehicle at the bottom of the beach straight. There comes the P-Series from Haval Edenvale. Going to bring that backdraft Cobra back into pit lane. would say probably one more lap under safety car, and then we should be good to go again. Mark McLaughlin probably going to be disappointed in having to put that car on the sideline. But one thing I can tell you is that Brian Martin, Mike McLaughlin and Tony Martin are working on a giant killer, according to them. And a new backdraft Cobra will be coming into this series, hopefully by our final round in Cape Town. Super Cup Polo coming into pit lane for a change-up as well. Looks like Jason Campos walking down here as well. I wonder if Gary can maybe get hold of him quickly to find out what's wrong with that car. Don't think you can hear me down there. Yeah, I thought so. There are two cars being picked up there. So going into pit lane now, the second car involved. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that is the 007 car, yes, of Greg Thornton. So Greg Thornton and McLaughlin being recovered back in. Audi's pitted. It's a misfire still there down in the Scrimanti pit. And looks like we might be good to go now for racing again and back to green light conditions. Could have been Mornay Jurgens as well, yes, it could be. Yeah, in fact it was. It's Mornay Jurgens that's pulled in there. So I wonder if Jurgens and McLaughlin might have come together. Two retirements there from the backdraft Cobra teams. They'll be working on those cars to try and get them back out again. Green flags and we're racing again. Arnie Nevling diving on the inside. Going to outgun everybody towards turn one. Hein Larticon going with him. So we've got Arnie Nevling ahead of Richard Rutz. Hein Larticon in third. I think that might change up now that the positions have resumed. Rutz going through, trying to find a way through on the Bucketless Racing Mini of Rob Clark. Arnie Nevling resuming the lead of the race ahead now of Chop Sapuka, who drops down to 7th after his pit stop during the safety car period. Well, I've got a question coming from my dad. How is Claire Vale? She hasn't been in the car just yet, Dad, and I think the car that's just come in there, as we said, was Mornay Jurgens. That's her teammate. A possibility that that car might have retired. We'll wait to see if they can get it fixed and back on track if that's the case, but if not, I don't think Claire's going to even get into the car, which is a pity. People Group Cobra having a big fight there with Lonica Martins and Julian Familiaris as Larticon comes up to Beacon Corner. He's second on the road and currently third overall, but I think that'll change as he crosses the line this time. I think he's taken Richard Rutz, or as Rutz maintains second place. Oh, a little bit sideways there from Lonica Martins, putting a wheel on the dirty stuff. You definitely don't want to be putting wheels onto dirt here. Nevling into pit lane as well. I'm not quite sure where they've come in for a second time, but Arnie Nevling has now lost the lead of the race. Incredibly, it is Richard Rutz who leads overall on track at the moment. So the team from Desi's Raceway in the backdraft Cobra, Steve Clark and Richard Rutz, now leading things overall here at the South African Endurance Series round 5, I beg your pardon, of their championship for 2021. Rutz from Nevling. Neveling's back on track, but he's got to make up some ground now. Richard Rutz is coming out of or going into the complex as Neveling heads towards Potters. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for that Audi to catch Richard Rutz. But Ritz is piling through the traffic rapidly as well. So traffic might be a bit of a assistance here for Reggie. Goes past Lonica Martins, comes up onto the back end now of the Alfa Romeo of Darren Winterboer. Winterboer will try and fend him off for a while, but of course he'll realise that there's a slightly quicker car. Container Force and Bucketless Racing Minis in. Also for some tyre changes. Amazing to see how these teams have gone about it completely the wrong way that I would say. Surely you want to do these changes to your team and your tyres while you've got a safety car. That's the theory anyway. They've waited until after the safety car to bring them in. Okay? It's not quite the way I would see most teams handling a safety car scenario. You'd come in because of the slower lap times behind the safety car and get that done as quickly as possible. Always love seeing that shot. Our camera 2 here from the top of the tower that we were on, looking down towards Cochabana Corner, and in the background you can see cars having to do U-turns and return back down the harbour road to the East London harbour because the road is closed for today. On a normal day, that road would be open and a public road that these guys are piloting these race cars at breakneck speeds at. Meyer from Familiaris. Darren Winterboer now about to be caught and passed by the leader, Richard Ritz. Wayne Pereira's joined us. You can see in the background those trees, how they're starting to rock side to side. As I say that, coming out and hearing the soothing sounds of a twin Hayabusa Suzuki means that Franco is back on track. I wonder if they've got that misfire sorted. Two top contenders about to catch him and pass him though. Chop Sapuka and Hein Lartichon coming up on the back end there of Franco Scribanti. If there is a misfire in that car, we're about to see whether it's firing on all cylinders or not. Porsche on the tail there of Franco. McLaren on the tail of the Porsche. Chop's fighting for third place now with Hein Lartichon. Lartichon keeping Chops at bay for now as well. So a good run here from Chop Sapuka, but being hindered big time here by Hein Lartichon in the Porsche. The WCT engineering team have done such a good job on that Porsche. Of course his teammate Verissimo will be itching to get behind the wheel of that Porsche. Change up into Beacon. Chops dives on the inside and moves up one place. So it's now Chop Sapuka into third. Lartichon down to fourth place on track. That certainly sounds a bit better from the Chevron side of things. When you hear it in full cry, there's nothing better than that twin Hayabusa. And it's certainly starting to fly now. Inside from Sapuka, going through on Letlaka. Look at the window. 56 k an hour gusts coming along the beach straight here. Definitely going to start to feel the effects of the wind at some point, particularly in an open cockpit. Gradwell being caught and reeled in now by the 3 car. Craig Zank moving himself up into single digits, into 9th place, and possibly now into 8th as they head towards Potters as he overtakes Sean Gradwell. That Chevron is definitely sounding better. You can hear it around the circuit from our commentary position that they seem to have got that misfire sorted out. Is there enough time though in the 4 hours for Franco Scribanti to make up 12? Oh, it's more than 12. What are we looking at? It's 15 laps, yeah. 15 laps to take the victory, but it would be 14 laps to get into the top 3. That's a tough ask. We'll wait and see. Looking forward to the challenge, I'm sure, of putting that car to its paces. Maybe pushing it a little bit more than what it's supposed to take as well. Reggie Roots still hangs on to the lead of the race. Arnie Neveling, second place. That's the Audi. And is the Audi got a problem? Darryl, it looked like that Audi had a bit of a problem there, by the looks of things. I wonder if it's picked up a puncture. It looked like the back right was stepping out. And the Audi certainly looked like it had some kind of an issue. Bucketless Racing's Brad Scorer comes up onto the brakes into Beacon Corner. They've also lost a lot of ground there. Just watching to see as the Chevron comes up to Beacon. He's definitely flying much better. Yes, there's an issue. The Audi's slowing. There's a problem. The back right has blown. The back right tyre of Arnie Neveling's tyre. There it is. The tyre's off the wheel completely. The tyre goes sliding down into Beacon's exit point and onto the grass as Arnie peels into pit lane. There's a big problem there for the Audi. Looks like some parts of the car have also come off after the rubbing bodywork. And a change up there for first place and second place as Arnie Neveling had to come in for an emergency stop. The back tyre coming off the car completely. Franco Scavanti's got a chance now to possibly make up some ground. He's got 15 laps to make up, but that car is certainly firing a lot better than what it was. Richard Roots leads things out. It's Arnie Neveling who's in second, but he's not going to drop back because of having to go into pit lane after the tyre literally peeled off the wheel. Sepuka's up to second now. Lartakon to third. Something went wrong with the tyre change or whatever the tyre was on the back right of that Audi. It's done a bit of damage to the bodywork on the car as well. There's a bit of diffuser issues there as well as we see them working on the back of the car. Here comes Franco. Gonna come past and not too much of competition there between a Super Cup Polo GTI and a Chevron B26 in full cry. Coming up on the second bucketless car just ahead of him as well of Rob Clark in the Mini. A long and unscheduled stop here for Arnie Neveling. You can see Charles sitting at on the side of the driver's door saying, "We'll get it sorted. We'll get you back out as soon as we can." There is standings as it is for now. Roots ahead of the Stradale Motorsport into Africa McLaren of Chop Sepuka. Hein Ladechan in the WCT Porsche. There just in the background of the shot. Coming through on one of the Cobras. Julian Familiaris has moved up to fourth place overall for Demateo Racing in their backdraft Cobra. Monica Martin's just behind them. It's Arnie Neveling who's dropped to sixth place now that he's in pit lane. Philip Meyer in the People Group and Wright Motorsport Cobra is in seventh. Zank Racing's Craig Zank is in eighth ahead of Sean Gradwell in the BMW. And Winterboer making up the top 10 in the third of the Bucketless Racing entries. So the Chevron starts to tick them off every single time he goes around on a lap. He makes up ground, he retakes some laps back from Mark Cars and has moved himself up into 18th place. McLaughlin still in pit lane. Of course is going to be overtaken and passed shortly. I see Harry looking on the back end a little bit concerned there. Harry Aranji is of course the team principal down at Stradale Motorsport. Looking a little concerned about what's happened to that Audi. That's Philip Meyer, Julian Familiaris. Here comes Franco Scavanti on the inside of the Cobra. Familiaris opens up the door, gives him some room. Here is your leader, Richard Roots, peeling into Beacon Corner, followed by Darren Winterboer, Franco Scavanti, Philip Meyer and Julian Familiaris. Audi's back on track. Where has it dropped him down to? We are looking at Ninth place for Arnie Neveling. 3 laps to Record Roots, who's right behind him as he came back onto the circuit. So almost 4 laps between Record Roots and the 2 teams that would possibly be king here today. It's a similar lap, and on the same lap for Stradale Motorsports McLaren. Same lap for Hein Lartigan in the Porsche and Julian Familiaris. But then you've got Lonica Martins, Philip Meyer, Craig Zank and Gradwell who will have to be unlapped. I'm just looking at the chevron. Headed into the gate corner. And that car certainly now firing like it should. Much better run now from Franco Schiavanti, but a lot of work to do for him to make up the 18 or so laps he has to do to get back into contention for a top 3 overall. Chop Sapuka in second. Record Roots in the lead of this race, incredibly. Who would have thought at this point of this race we'd have a backdraft Cobra at the front of the field? And take nothing away from Record or from Steve, he didn't expect that car to be the lead backdraft Cobra, with the slightly more powerful one of McLaughlin's giving up the ghost and causing the first safety car. So getting information there from Gary van der Spey, as well as from our COC, Eric Schultz. The rear diffuser actually came off and it cut through the back tyre, and that's what's caused the problem for Arnie Neveling. Looks like car 52's got a bit of a differential problem, so that is Mark McLaughlin and Brian Martin's Cobra. The diff is broken. And car 4, which is the Claire Vale and Mornay Jurgen's car, looks like it's had a bit of a gearbox failure. So they might be able to change that gearbox and get him back on track, and hopefully Claire back on track as well, but that's what's happened so far with all the competitors that are out on circuit or off track in pit lane at the same time. Winterboer in 10th. Lead car, Record Roots. Second place, the McLaren. And Lartigan in the Porsche still in 3rd. And Franco Schiavanti just going about the business. 46 minutes of racing, which means we've still got 3 hours and 15 minutes of racing still to go. Might be enough for him to get back to the front. Sapuka also starting to make some ground back again. Trying to close that gap down onto Record Roots. Just keeps circulating. Cornelia Litlaka. Hein Lartigan in the Porsche. Benjamin Morgenroot. Edwan Bester. And just outgunned there by Brad Scorer into turn 1, Potter's Pass. Good possibility with the lap times that are going around that Record will probably be caught and maybe passed by Chop Sapuka. Cobras and Porsches and a Super Cup Polo GTI on the beach straightaway, and the wind continuing to howl out there big time. You'll feel the wind in every single motor car, of course, but in an open cockpit car you're going to certainly feel the buffering effect that happens with a big wind like it is here today at East London Grand Prix Circuit. Philip Mayer getting the possibility of a change up for the lead into Potters and down towards Cocabana. Watching around the circuit as well as what's happening on our screen here. And down towards Cocabana corner. The change up for the lead should be Chop Sapuka retaking the lead ahead of Record Roots, and that's exactly what's happened across the line. There is confirmation on the beach straight away. McLaren 650S now leads out over the backdraft Roadster. Roots still in second place. Han Larticon just looking down the beach straight away there. Still a little bit of manoeuvring to happen there for the Porsche to catch Reggie. Reg would have loved the fact that he was leading this race for such a long time. There is Han Larticon coming into gate corner. Familiaris and Lonica Martins 4 and 5. Philip Mayer and Brad Scorer are 6 and 7. Arnie is of course in 8th place. There he goes into gate. He's still ahead of Craig Zank, Sean Gradwell and Darren Winterboer. Monica Martin's about to be overtaken on that high line out of the sweep. And Arnie just controlling things at the wheel of the R8 GT3 Audi. Julian Familiaris also having a good run so far for the Dimitar Racing Backdraft Cobra team. See Record Roots now losing lots of ground once he was overtaken by Chop Sabuka for Stradale into Africa Mining race team. There's Han Larticon on the inside of Gradwell coming onto the beach straight. Not too difficult for the Porsche to get through there on the BMW. There's Arnie Neveling starting to make up the ground again. Neveling's got to give at least 2 laps before he can get back to the front after that diffuser cut through the back tyre. Winterboer, Meyer and Larticon. Pesty Racing Cobra onto the beach straight away. It's still classifying Record on the top, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there with the timing monitor. Maybe a couple of laps that weren't ticked off there, but Record still, according to the timing monitor, leading things out over Han Larticon and Chop Sabuka. I think earlier on when they made those tyre changes, they were in for a lot longer than what we expected. So according to the timing monitor, we've still got Reggie at the top ahead of Han Larticon and Chop Sabuka into 3rd. And once again we get a correction on that too. Starting to rain again outside. The wetness coming onto our cameras as well. We've got to go and sort that out too. But as the rain starts to fall again, correction on the timing once again. It's Stradale Motorsports' Chop Sabuka who's out front ahead of Record Roots. Han Larticon, Julian Familiaris is into 4th place. Lonica Martins, Philip Mayer, and then Arnie Neveling in 7th. Sure, Franco Sgrabanti diving on the inside of the sweep, going right through that big puddle. That could get out of shape if you're on some slick tyres. But no concern there for Franco as he just powered through. Pesty Racing comes into pit lane as well for a stop. Doesn't look like it's a scheduled one though. The bonnet comes open on a pit stop. It's usually not a scheduled stop. If I'm not mistaken, still Edwin Bester at the wheel of that car. Benjamin Morganroot just ahead here of Bucketless Racing's Brad Scorer. Scorer still in 8th place behind Philip Meyer and ahead of Craig Zank and Darren Winterboer for the top 10. People Group and Wright Motorsport Cobra, and Philip Meyer at the wheel of that car at the moment. Owen Clark at the wheel of the John Cooper Works S Cooper Mini. Reggie closing in on Hein Lartigan. In fact, no, other way around. Lartigan has just gone ahead of Richard Rutz. But they're on the same lap, so that was for position change there. Rutz now demoted down to 3rd place. Lartigan up to 2nd. And the chevron of Franco Scamanti's gone through on both of those cars. Here comes Arnie Neveling as well into the complex. He's now gone from 7th place up into 6th place ahead of Philip Meyer. Nice run here from the 3rd car out of Bucketless Racing. Darren Winterboer from Bulawayo. And then Alfa Romeo just inside single digits in 9th place. More action here from Franco Scamanti as he crosses the line again. And Scamanti now having completed 20 laps, 14 laps behind. So he's made up 4 laps. So he'll slowly but surely look to continue that pace and continue the onslaught to take back all those laps that he lost while in pit lane, sorting out the misfire. Pesty Racing Cobra's back on track as well. We just heard it go out of the pit lane. And there you can see Arnie Neveling. A little bit of a battle scar on the back end of that Audi. He heads towards Beacon Corner. As these guys already come out of it. Sapuka, the lead car, takes another lap back there on Brad Scorer. Scamanti coming up onto the top of Beacon as well. He's going to try and get back into single digit figures and make up another 13 laps before he'll be back in contention for the win. The one concern you're going to have here from Franco Scamanti's point of view is running out of time. And what he doesn't want, of course, is safety cars. If there's safety cars now, it will foil his attempts to take back those laps that he lost while dealing with that misfire. Benjamin Morganroot in the 7 car. Into pit lane, I think, for the Zank Racing Backdraft Cobra. Gradwell coming in as well in the background. Coming in for a stop there for the BMW team. Scamanti with another lap in anger completed. It is Zank, Craig Zank coming in. And Gradwell comes through the pit box as well. So we're looking at Chop Sapuka at the lead of the race. That's the second place car, the Porsche of Hein Latergan. Sapuka is into the complex. Latergan headed towards Potters. Both of them on the same lap. The only two cars that are on the same lap, other than Richard Rutz. But unfortunately, Rutz has been caught and passed now and has lost one lap there for the third spot overall. Down there for Darren Winterboer and Philip Meyer. Meyer in 7th place, Winterboer down in 9th. Lap between them. Sapuka there in the Pesty racing car. Changing that driver and possibly no, Edwin's still at the wheel according to the timing monitor. Trying to pick up on any information that's been passed on via the various channels we're dealing with today, just in case you've missed something. Kwame McQueen has joined us for a bit of the coverage as well. Thanks for that, Quams. Appreciate that, buddy. Nice little fight between Meyer and Winterboer, but the leader about to catch the both of them. Reichardt still circulating. In fact, no, it is still Reichardt there in the wheel. So I thought I might have seen the white helmet there of Steve Clark, but not yet. So Grabanti going to complete this lap. And that's 24 laps of anger. Now still 14 laps down on the two lead cars. A tough ask to make up that amount of ground. Probably going to find here for Franco is that as much as he's making up ground on the slower cars, the quicker cars are still circulating at the same pace as what he is. So it's very difficult to make up ground on them unless they have some kind of an issue. Come onto the beach straight. Franco going past those slower cars and now onto the back end of Arnie Neveling, who's up into fourth place from Neveling as he's passed the red and white car in the background there, of course, of Julian Familiaris. That's Brian Martin back on track as well in the Backdraft Roadster. The big wing on the back, different classification to the normal Cobras that are out there. Brian Martin and Mike McLaughlin piloting the car. They formed GT5 SA, and Class E would be your normal polos, your normal Cobras out on track without the big wing. Yeah, exactly that. Aftermarket 69. I was just saying that to myself and mentioned it in the commentary. If there's no safety cars, Franco could make up that ground. But any safety car scenario will slow the pace down and then it won't allow him to make up the ground. He can't pass under safety car. So right now, if the conditions stay the same, no safety car issues, there might be enough time for Franco to get back into the front. Might not get Chops, Hein, Reichardt or Arnie, but certainly a top 5 is still up for grabs here for Franco Scribanti. Cobra peeling into pit lane in the background. Could possibly be our All Black Racing team there of Kwanele Letlaka. Arnie makes up one lap on Chop Sapuka. Takes one back. So does the Chevron. Couldn't quite see it there between those two cars because it's so low slung, but Franco came through as well. and they make up a lap on Rounnd at the same time. Ritz moves over, allows the chevron through. We'll probably give a little bit of room there to Chop Sapuka by the time they get onto the brakes for Kokobana. Only leveling, 4th on track. About 14th on track is the chevron of Franco Schiavanti. Lead car and 4th place car. Chop Sapuka still continuing to circulate. He's had a relatively easy run at it so far. And continues to lead over Lateghan and Ritz. Neveling just putting in the fastest lap of the race by the sounds of it, on the looks of it too. 1:18.691 from the Audi. So fastest lap of the race there from Ari Neveling. That was after completing 39 laps. He's taken 1 lap back on their last pass. He's still got to try and make up another 2 to catch Chop Sapuka. Seems determined enough. Is completing another lap as well there behind Brad Scorer. Julian Familiaris currently sitting 2nd in Class E, 5th on the road. Lonica Martin's not too far behind him. She's 3rd in Class E, 6th on the road. So a good run there from the young lady. Continuing after a phenomenal weekend last weekend at Red Star Raceway in the Volkswagen Polo Cup. Both her and her fellow lady driver Tasman Pepper certainly showed what our lady drivers can do in Polo Cup. Both of them qualifying in the top 6, fighting for Super Pole and fighting for honours in that top 6 as well. Or lock up there. Was that Familiaris who locked up? No, it was the Porsche. Oh, Daryl didn't get it this time. He got it last time, eh? We can just use the replay of the last one if you want to, Daryl. Locking up the Porsche wheel into the complex through gate corner. Lateghan's done that twice this weekend. Can't do it too often though, because it'll flat spot those tyres, and you'll definitely start to feel the effects of that. Gradwell back in, going to be probably handing over to Green, or is he going to be handing over to Valiance? They are sharing the KWT Motor Engineering BMW. Nope, they're not checking for their shopping. That's where the refuel canister is. Oh! Is that Brian Martin slowing? It is. The backdraft Cobra Roadster is slowed again, almost at the exact same place as Mike McLaughlin slowed up. Only difference there is McLaughlin realized there was a problem and pulled to the inside of the circuit. Is he still going? No, it looks like he stopped completely. Or are we going to see the necessity for another safety car? I think it might be the case. Safety car has been deployed. And he's going to pick up on the leader. Perfect timing and great deployment from the safety car. Sapuka should be behind the safety car. Oh, they missed him. I think Chop Sapuka thought that Michael Toner was waving him through there. No, it doesn't look like we're going to catch that McLaren. Yeah, I think Chops saw the safety car and the gesticulations there from Mike Altona to wave the other drivers through, and he went through with them. Which means they're going to pick up the first of the cars. They're going to wave those cars through because he has to pick up the leader. And he missed him on the first attempt. P-Series Bucky is on its way to collect for the second time today the backdraft Cobra Roadster. This time Brian Martin at the wheel. Not quite though. Just standing up. No, thank you, buddy. Because of being almost 5 hours in the seat here, and starting to feel the effects there on the rear end. So as we stand up here with the safety car deployed, it is Sudale Motorsports' Chop Sapuka who is at the helm of the race, leading things out of a Hein Latergan in the WCT Engineering Porsche. Richard Rutz is in third place for the Luso Cafe and Backdraft Cobra team. Ari Neveling back to fourth after off that was not scheduled. The rear diffuser coming off the car. You can see top cars in pit lane as well. That's Richard Rutz's Luso Cafe, Motul, and of course Steve Clark Racing Cobra. Rutz going to get just a refuel done here. Steve has not even got his helmet on. He's standing behind the car there with the earphones on. And Rekord's going to stay behind the wheel of that car for a little bit longer. I saw Hein Latergan in the Porsche just on the right-hand side. He's also come in for his scheduled stop. There it is. And he's come in for a tyre change by the looks of things. Possibly a driver change too. Or are we going to see Hein sticking in that car before he hands over to Verissimo? The leader's in as well at the same time. So literally all of the top contenders are getting into the queue behind the gate. Now what the difference here is, normally the gate would stay open, but they've changed the rules slightly there to allow the lead car to be picked up by the safety car once it's deployed. And unfortunately the lead car is now in pit lane. So Arnie Neveling's in pit lane. He's now moved up himself up into second place because of that safety car scenario. And Latergan, Richard Rutz, Julian Familiaris, Philip Meyer, Brad Scorer, Lonica Martins, Darren Winterboer and Rob Clark. That's your top 10. Once again, the backdraft Roadster being returned back to pit lane behind that P-Series Bucky from Haval Edenvale. Thank you so much, Alicia. We are enjoying ourselves so far here today. It's been a tough start to the day for these guys and girls racing today. Unfortunately, weather conditions have changed up again and the rain has stopped yet again. We've got dry conditions, pit lane has reopened, and the cars are now going to resume behind the safety car in the train. According to the timing monitor, we have a new leader with Chop Sapuka in pit lane and Julian Familiaris dropping back slightly there into the clutches earlier on of Arnie Neveling. Ari has retaken the lead in the Audi R8. So a little bit of a change up there. Hope you've enjoyed all the action we brought you so far for today. Massive thanks to our friends at Link Online. All your online and IT requirements come from Link Online, and they've linked us onto the several Facebook pages we're cross-posting to, as well as, of course, all the action that's gone out on YouTube, courtesy of them. So massive thanks to those guys, and of course to Haval Edenvale for our safety car, the Joe Leon at the front end of that pack of cars, and the P-Series Bucky that's towed the reason for the safety car back into the pit box, and that was the Brian Martin backdraft Cobra. Thiessen's generators, of course, supplying us the power that we don't go down, and we can continue to do what we're doing here from our live stream feed on Facebook and YouTube. Massive thanks to all of you guys as well who are out there watching us. I know that there's about 86 people watching on my page. I'm not quite sure what the figures are like on YouTube, but we've had a constant up to probably an average of 200 people watching at all times, which is great to see on the various platforms, and just showing that the South African Endurance Series has now picked up a really great fan base. And remember, we've got one more round of this championship still to go, and that will happen at the end of the year in December at the Killarney 9 hour. So our director went for a little pause in the proceedings there, and as we kick things off, the Joe Leon makes its way back into the pit box. I'll be back shortly to bring you through the next part of the race action here. Hour and 15 minutes in, 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, and this is round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. Okay, let's just pause that for a second. As soon as you want to go for a relief break, then you have an incident that happens on circuit, and it looks like it's between Cornelia Letlaka and the People Group Cobra, just coming together there into Potter's Pass. Onto the beach straight, and a whole bunch of traffic for the quicker cars to get through. I'll see if Paul can pick up on an action replay for you and maybe show you. Here we go. Headed down into turn 1 Potter's Pass. Cornelia Letlaka clipping the back end of the People Group Cobra, and wow, Franco Scribanti so lucky to survive that. That could have ended up in tears because he was on the inside of those two cars. We saw Philip Meyer come across to get past the slower driver, and Franco was trying to go on his inside. He backed out of it, fortunately, and very lucky to survive. As I said, incident that could have ended the race there for all three of those cars. So great driving from Franco to avoid a very, very potentially dangerous situation. And in order for me, Gary's down in pit lane, so let's go down into pit lane and find out some news from Gary while I go and take a little relief break.
Cornelia, after visiting us a lot of times and spending time with your brother Kolile, you finally managed to get in. You've got a car going. The most unusual thing about your team is you're a complete team of color. The South Africa. Take us to your first stint.
Yes, well, Gary, indeed, man. When Tony made the call and he said, guys, look, I'm looking at transforming this industry. Where do we start? How can we get this going? And as you know, with my brother Kolile, he's a big guy of putting the hand down and helping guys up and saying, look, this is a sport which is for the privileged. How can we get this involved in the sport? And look, this weekend from yesterday today has been an amazing experience. Like you say, man, it's the first team of color, right from the team manager to the engineers to the technicians to the drivers. And all we say to all the little girls and boys out there who want to get into motorsport, it is possible to do it. You got to dream it, live your dream, and we try everything to try get those little kids and make sure that they fulfill their dreams.
Now, I'll ask you, your teammate is a lot younger than you. He's been at the drive in a couple other series. Is this the first time you've actually got close enough to your teammate to actually work out something?
Indeed. I met the youngster only on Thursday when we arrived here in East London. And prior to that, we had a couple of chats on the phone, and just his story, his enthusiasm, his eagerness you know, to want to be part of this team really set apart. And I said, look, this is something to get involved with. Young boy from Motherwell, he did everything that he could do to get into the polos. He drives the 1.2, the Golf out in Port Elizabeth. And look, Gary, it's an amazing story that Kolela has. And one day I think you should sit down with him and let him go through how he actually found himself sitting behind one of these backdrops.
Well, hopefully if we're lucky, at your next driver change, I'm going to try and get an interview with him as well.
Awesome, man. That was great. Thank you, man.
Thanks very much. Guys and Greg, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Gary, for catching up with Cornelia Letlaka there and taking us through the incredible story, as you can hear there, for his teammate who was involved in action as soon as he climbed in the car. He literally made his way down towards Potters for the first time out, and Zolele Lengwura, an incredible drive there from him to survive a potentially race-ending crash right from the word go. So Zolele, well done to you, buddy, getting back out there and in amongst a field of very competitive drivers, and very lucky to survive a near race-ending incident as soon as he got on track. Speaking of on track, cars coming on track and out of pit lane all the time. Let's have a look and see how things are standing now, with Arnie Neveling leading things out. And of course, at this point in time, also a bit of a change-up for how things have gone for the top end of the field, with Neveling ahead of the Stradale entry of Chop Sapuka. There it is on screen at the moment as well. I know Mike Rowe was asking from Volkswagen Motorsport for a heads-up on that top 10. I'm just giving him as much as I can. It's Arnie Neveling from Chop Sapuka, Hein Latergaan, Richard Rutz, Julian Familiaris, and of course he's ahead of Brad Scorer, Darren Winterberg, Philip Meyer, Benjamin Morganhout and Rob Clark. Change up there between Clark and Morganhout as they cross the line as well. Look at the progress being made by Franco Scribanti. 37 laps. He's now still 14 on the leaders, but he's only 10 behind second, third and fourth place. So he's making up ground here rapidly, is Franco Scribanti. And remember, he's still got to climb out the car and hand over the duties for the second half of the race to Jason Campos, who could potentially also go through this field like the hot knife through butter and make up a lot of ground in the second half of this 4 hour. We've got an hour and 21 minutes of racing done. We've got 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing still to come your way. This is round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. A bit of driving there from Richard Rutz going around the outside of the 11 car, showing a clean pair of wheels there to our young man we've just spoken about, Zolele Njambuksa. Nice run there from the man partnering up with Cornelia Letlaka, Zolele Letlaka's brother. Superb to see some new faces in racing, particularly in the days and times we're involved with motorsport at the moment, with the whole COVID scenario and no spectators still allowed at the circuits. But as I mentioned earlier on in the day's commentary, hopefully that'll be changing in the very near future. All dependent, of course, on South Africans continuing to fight the fight for COVID, and hopefully with the initiation of those vaccine passports, it'll open up sport like it has all around the world, and opportunities for us to get back into racing with spectators again. We have got a few sneaky spectators, of course, on the bankings around the track because of the access roads on the outside becoming public roads for the day. It means that we have got a couple of spectators who've snuck in around the circuit because it is on a public road and are watching from their vantage points that they can get to. But officially, unfortunately, no spectators still allowed at any sporting events around the country. There was actually a bulletin put out last night by Motorsport South Africa to explain the scenario, and until all of those numbers are coming down, we will stay the same. But hopefully not for the too distant future. Now, this is interesting. Daryl, stay with that shot, because coming onto track, if I'm not mistaken, that is the MJR Mega Fiber Audi of Marius Action Jackson. The GT4 spec Audi R8 makes its way onto track for the very first time. He was supposed to start the race and compete just for the first hour, but they had a bit of an issue in their in race 2 of the Sagtra series, where they picked up a small overheating and radiator issue, and it seems that they've got it sorted out and eventually got him on track. That is great to see, and that happens as we got some new people joining us. Troy Cochran has just joined us, so is Ian Walters and Anne-Marie Gardner. So thank you so much for your support, guys, coming in here. And everybody else, of course, who's out on the various platforms that we're going out on today. We do appreciate your support, and please like and share everything that you see here on our live stream coverage of round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. We've taken you through the action that this man would have been involved in usually. It was race 2 and 3 of the South African GT Racing Association earlier on. 2 1-hour events, capped off with 2 victories to Michael Stephen, 1 to Charles Oranges. A podium for both Aldo and Silvio Scrimanti, a podium for Mikhail Patamba, and 3 podiums for Michael Stephen as well. MJR Mega Fiber Audi is on track and completes its first lap in anger for a while. The other Audi of Arnie Neveling, who is of course our lead car at this stage, I don't know if he's going to lose the lead. I don't think he will. No, he might have. Yes, he has. Chop Sabuka has retaken the lead over his teammate. The stable mates there, one in a McLaren and one in the Audi R8 GT3. Arnie coming in for a stop. It was for a refuel by the looks of things. But he's back on track as the Cobras go at it. Down towards Cochabana. Pesty Racing Cobra there. 262 still, Edwan at the wheel. I think that was with Zolele Njambuksa. Zolele Njambuksa being outgunned there by Edwan Bester, and just behind them the 4th Cobra involved, or 3rd Cobra involved in that battle. Neveling back on track into 2nd place now. He's still ahead of Hein Lartigan. Lartigan was nearly able to make up the 1 lap differential he had to. That's the young man we're speaking about right there, that Cornelia was telling us all about, as well as his teammate for this weekend. About to be caught and passed by Arnie Neveling. Neveling gets through relatively unscathed. No worries at all for him. Lartigan going to do the same thing up into Beacon Corner. Pesty Racing's Edwan Bester comes into pit lane. Again. They've had a lot of time in pit lane. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Paulie. MJR also in the Mega Fiber Audi, coming in probably just for a check to say, yes, everything's good to go. Let's get back out on track and let's go and have some fun. Marco Scavanti having to go from right to left to avoid the car coming on track. You can see there's a little orange cone on the grass on the exit point of the pit lane, and there's also a yellow line that designates the exit point for any of the faster cars coming out of pit lane. You may not cross over that yellow line, so you can ensure that you don't hinder any of the cars coming through at full race pace. Arnie is certainly looking to make up ground on Chop Sapuka. Sapuka goes into gate corner. He's behind, that's Darren Winterboer. He's currently 7th place in the Alpha. Just trying to see, are all 3 of those Bucketless Racing cars in the top 10? Scorer, Winterboer, Clark, yes they are. And running in numerical order, 6, 7, 8. 212, 312, and number 12. Should be 112, I suppose, eh? They're all running the 100 numbers. Phenomenal effort here from Record Roots, I've got to say. Sitting currently 4th overall, and led the race for probably 10-12 laps before our first safety car scenario. He's got Chop Sapuka about to pass him and put another lap into the Luso Cafe Motul and Steve Clark Racing Cobra. Sean Valance is now at the wheel of the KWT Engineering BMW. Grey one heading into gate corner. I think there's a change up for the Zank car as well. Yeah, I think Len Marshall has now climbed into Craig Zank's backdraft Cobra. Still that dodgy little wet patch coming out of the sweep. Zorlele comes through to complete another lap. Great effort there from that young man. First time out in a race car, and doing a superb job as part of actually what is an all-black team there in the South African Endurance Series. Fighting hard in amongst the Cobras. Lardacon. First time back here in 25 years, he told me yesterday. And certainly enjoying himself in that Porsche. Then Marshall getting lapped by Arnie Neveling. See the wind continuing to howl here, but what it has done is push that front away completely. I think if we can try, Daryl can try and find us a shot of the water as well. You'll see the change up in terms of the choppiness out at sea. There you can see it just in the background there. The wind pushing the cold front and the wet weather away from us. So we're not complaining about the wind. But if you're in an open cockpit, you're going to start to complain about it by this stage. The buffering effect on the body definitely starts to take its effect. There is There's Neveling up to Beacon. Another lap completed. Puts himself back into contention for the lead and takes the lead. Taking the lead over that Chop Sapuka. There you can see. Thank you, Daryl. Much choppier conditions out there than what they were this morning. Almost had a completely flat sea out there. Now with lots of horses on the water there. Chop Sapuka, I think, might have a bit of a problem with his transponder. Because every time he goes across the line, it takes them a while to reset. And we see a change up for the lead, and then Chops goes automatically back to the front. So they're probably having to do it manually every time he crosses the line. 58th lap in anger, and his fastest lap of the race. 1:22.4 on that last pass. Not quite as fast as what Arnie Neveling was able to do once he got into slicks. A 1:18.5 from Arnie Neveling in the Audi. Progress from Franco Scribanti's point of view. 47 laps completed, 1 minute 20s at the moment. His fastest also being a 1:18.7. So his second fastest car on track overall in terms of lap time set. But pushing hard to try and make up the 10 laps he's still got to do before he's back into contention for an overall podium. No more safety cars, and dry conditions like this should still be doable. Might not be for the race win unless something happens with the cars up front, but certainly an overall podium is still on the cards there for Franco Scribanti. Formation flying here for Bucketless Racing. Alfa Romeo piloted by Darren Winterberg, behind him Rob Clark in the John Cooper Works Mini Cooper S. Just up the road from them is that man, Brad Scorer, in the Super Cup Polo GTI, making some room there for Franco Scribanti as he takes a lap back on the Scorer car. There's the other Franco de Mateo, checking things out on his backdraft Cobra. I think Julian Familiaris will stay at the wheel of that car for now. I was also about to pick up on the fact that on my live timing monitor that up to 60 seconds is provided for me. It's the first time that Franco Scribanti has climbed onto the screen where I don't have to scroll up and down to find him. So he's in 11th place now. 49 laps completed. Leaders have both completed 60 laps. Rachard Ritz has completed 58. So he's within grasp of a top 3 overall, if he continues to circulate the way he's going at the moment. Yeah, and possibly into the top 10 within the next 2 laps to catch Gerald Wright, possibly even Johan Hutting, who's now at the wheel of the 61 Cobra. Hutting, of course, teammate to Lonica Martins, taken over from Lonica Martins' duty. She did the first hour and a half or so. Larticon trying to find a way through there on Scorer. Scorer going on Gradwell. Oh, Larticon on the grass! Larticon was on the grass trying to get round the Alpha, who in turn was going around the outside of the BMW of Sean Valance. And Larticon nearly made a huge mistake there. That Porsche's got a lot more grunt than the Super Cup Polo. Oh, not even the Super Cup Polo, the Alpha's got. And much more than the BM. Taking a bit of a risky maneuver on the inside there. Franco into the top 10 on the last pass. Paulie, if you can see if you can maybe pick up on that pass from the Porsche. We only got the end of it, but there's certainly Something to chat about there, as we saw the Porsche put a wheel onto the dirt. So you can pick up on that as Paul looks for that. There is confirmation of results as it stands at the moment. Chop Sapuka still out front. Arnie Neveling in second. That'll change up in a few seconds' time because of the transponder issue that Chops is having on his car. I didn't see a change up between them, so I would assume that there's still the transponder issue that keeps plaguing us every time they complete a lap. And you can see just how hard Johan Hatting's going to have to work now to try and get back up into that top 10. Now he's been demoted by Franco Scribanti. So Rachard Rutz still at the wheel of his machine, doing a superb job in that top 5 overall. He's in 4th place at the moment. Latachan coming through there just ahead of the Dimatera Racing Cobra of Julian Familiaris. Double yellow flags up into turn number 10, which is Beacon Corner. What's gone wrong here? Double yellows and possible safety car by the sounds of things too. I wonder what's happened out in the circuit. I can't see anything at the moment. But there's double yellows over the start-finish line as well. Jolion hasn't rolled just yet. Here's the view of that Porsche. Look at this. Latachan comes onto the inside line. Scorer has given him some room, but he just puts 2 wheels, front and back right, onto the grass. And very lucky not to crash and get out of shape, because that grass is exceptionally slippery out there. Driver change for Scribanti Racing. The Franco Scribanti Racing Chevron B26, powered by that twin Suzuki Hayabusa V8. Now we've got Jason Campos at the wheel. Great timing from that team to bring them in. Safety car has been deployed, but it hasn't picked up on the leader just yet. The leader, according to the timing monitor, stays Arnie Neveling. And that's the MJR car of Marius Jackson. So he'll wait to pick up on... he's got lights off at the moment. And now the hazard's gone. It's not that Audi he's got to find, it's the other Audi he's got to find. But the P-Series Bucky makes its way down to wherever the incident has happened. We haven't got it on our cameras at this stage. Possibly out of Cochabamba again in our blind spot. There's been a couple of incidents down there. No, there it is. Is it the Cobra again? For the 3rd time, it is Brian Martin and Mike McLaughlin's Cobra who has unfortunately called on the duties of our P-Series Bucky from Haval Edenvale to pull them back to pit lane. So Neveling is in pit lane at the moment, but is the pit gate closed? We need to see if we can pick on that, please, Daryl. Is the pit gate closed? Because if the pit gate is closed and they continue to circulate, it is closed. If they continue to circulate, we're going to see a change up in the lead again. Chop Sapuka will be taking the lead back from Arnie Neveling. No, he won't, because there's Neveling there. He got out just before they shut the pit gate. So Neveling stays in the front of this race. There he is, crossing the line. I was just concerned that they had not got out before the pit gate closed. And the reason for the pit gate closing is they want everybody to form up behind the leader, and if you're in pit lane you join the queue. I'll wave Latachan through, and they will wave Scorer through as well. As they come through onto the beach straight away, you can see BMW gets waved through as well, and behind that Cobra, and then the Mini, and then they will pick up on the lead car of Ari Neveling. They're going to accelerate there to try and get Neveling and tell him. No, there we go. Neveling's seen him and slots in behind him. There we go. They've picked up on the lead car now. Confirmation of that, the Haval Edenvale Jolion, our official safety car here, picks up Arnie Neveling, the lead car. 64 laps completed now, with an hour and 44 minutes gone. Still 2 hours and 15 minutes of racing to come your way. Tell us a bit more about that Giulietta. Okay, I'll do that for you, Gino. Gino Fabri coming to ask us questions about the Giulietta. I can tell you the Giulietta was piloted initially by Brad Scorer. They had a bit of an outing with us for a while. Did the Alfa Romeo South Africa contingent. And of course they were our official safety car and vehicle suppliers for a long, long time. So it's good to see that car still in there. It's part of the Backdraft Racing team. Oh, not Backdraft Racing, Bucket List Racing team. I'm trying to remember all these teams and what they can and can't do. And Giulietta is a really good little car. It's spent a couple of times, as I said, in race trim in various formats, but now with Bucket List Racing. It's part of the Chrysler, Alfa and Jeep group here in South Africa. I think in 2011 it was 2010, 2011 it was European Car of the Year, if I'm not mistaken. So trying to bring all the information that I know about that Giulietta out into the mix here for a bit. But as I said, it was all part and parcel of original race team in the Bucket List Racing, and of course with the Alfa Romeo and the Mopar race team that raced initially. Then Chris Budnick bought that car and added it to his stable in Bucket List Racing to join up with the John Cooper Works Mini Cooper S that Robin Clark is piloting today at the moment. And of course the other teammate and team car in that Bucket List Racing team is Mikhail Patamba and Brad Scorer. Scorer at the wheel of the Super Cup Polo GTI. And the safety car here, Neveling, Sapuka, Lategan. That's how they are lined up for the three cars, or two cars on the same lap, Neveling and Sapuka. They're on 65 laps completed. 1 lap down is Lategan with 64. 2 laps down, it's Richard Rutz on 63. 3 is Scorer Familiaris. And 4 laps down is Darren Winterboer. A further 8 laps down will be Rob Clark and Jan Hutting. And Sean Valance in the BMW E36 is now up into 10th place overall. That's a valiant effort there from that BMW team. They've had 2 sprint races they participated in today. Gradwell piloting the all-drifting KWT engineering, motor engineering BMW out of Beacon Corner in one of the wet races earlier today. And when I say wet races, you probably think to yourself, what are you talking about, Greg? The track is perfect. It's dry, it's sunshine, there's a bit of wind. Yeah, you weren't here at 2 o'clock this afternoon when the heavens opened. But with this big, strong 50 km/h wind that's coming from the southwest, it's blowing all of the potential rain and cold fronts away from the circuit to give us dry conditions, hopefully, until the end of this 4-hour endurance. Round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. Jolion lights are out, and he'll be making his way back into the pit lane to hand over the restart duties to Arnie Neveling. And it's Audi formation flying across the line now to restart this part of what has been an hour and 50 minutes of racing so far. Jason Campos moves to 2nd place on track. Ideal positioning there for Jason Campos and Chop Sapuka. The two of them getting through on, is that still Philip Meyer at the wheel? Dean Wilson. Dean Wilson now. Dean Wilson at the wheel of the People Group Cobra. So they've got now a clean track for at least 2.5 laps. It'll give Arnie a chance to open up the gap. It's going to give Jason a chance to close that gap down, because during that time Of course, the driver change. Jason Campos has dropped back slightly. So 52 plays 66. It's 12 laps. They lost 2 laps in that pit stop. And under the safety car, that was quite a big drop off, I should say, there for the number 1 car. Neveling. Campos up to Beacon. Not too far behind that will be Sepulka, who sits in second. He's watching Oni Neveling pull away at the front. Doesn't have any answer to the additional power from that Audi R8 GT3. Gino Fabri, I hope that was enough information that you were looking for on the Giulietta. It's all I could think of in the top of my mind. I don't know if it's the Giulietta. I think it might be the Giulia, to be honest with you. I think it might be the Giulia. The Giulietta, according to the timing, yeah. Just want to have a look and see. I'm going to do the standard option when in doubt. Let's go and ask our good friends at Googaloogaloogalooga. Yeah, it is the Giulietta. It is the Giulietta. Spot on. The Giulia, of course, is the sedan. It's the 4-door sedan. Oh, that is the Giulietta going off, I think. We've just given him the commentator's curse there, Gino Fabri. Got it completely out of shape down to Cochabana. Comes back on track ahead of his teammate and stablemate, Rob Clark, at the wheel of the Mini. But I think Darren Winterboer might have been caught with some cold tyres or some cold brakes as he went into Cochabana corner. Definitely didn't work out the way he wanted to, that's for sure. But he is back on track and lucky to survive that one. Normally, in a scenario like that, there's been a bit of sun now on the grass, but if it had been during the wet side of things, he probably would have ended up on the beach. Gino Fabri, I think I might just have. I'll just refrain from commenting on your questions and answers for a little while, okay? Because we nearly cost that Alpha a bit of an issue there. Needless to say, that's the beauty of what we're doing here on our live stream coverage. We love the fact that we can interact with our public and the fans that are watching from all around the world. I know Paul's been watching on some of the other pages. I don't know if there's any calls or questions for the other pages there, Paulie, but I've kind of tried to give everybody a shot at the cake if they've asked a question or they've got a query on some of the things that are happening out there. Even when they sent to me via WhatsApp from Michael Rowe. And of course he's watching from Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken. Spinner down at Cochabana. It's our new man to racing, Zolele. Njambuksa get it completely wrong, but fortunately gets back on track at Cochabana corner. And he will make his way around again, just learning the tender art of nursing a Cobra around the East London Grand Prix circuit. Not an easy thing to do. Any race car around here is a handful. You are working frantically. You've got some high-speed corners, you've got some high-speed action that happens. You've got the potential of running wide like we just saw. I think that might have been Len Marshall who ran wide there and put a wheel into the wet stuff on the outside of Cochabana. Where is the 3 Cobra on my timing monitor? Oh, it's Craig Zank. Apologies there, Len. I'll pass on the blame there to Craig Zank, who is now in 14th place and back in the car. Here is Zolele. Zolele Njambuksa. Fantastic run from him so far. Yeah, best ever. Interactive TV, do you know? Interactive TV is what we like to do. We want you guys to be giving us information, feeding us information. If we get it wrong, tell us. You don't normally get told when we get it wrong, when you're doing live commentary at the racetrack. You might have a mom and dad come up to you afterwards and say, "Oh, you didn't call my son by the right name." Try and get it as much as possible in the correct format here on our live stream coverage. Oh, Jason Campos with a bit of a moment. Coming up on the back end of the Porsche. It's a nice little fight here. He has got through, I think, on... Was it the Porsche? No. Beg your pardon, it was the Audi. Here we go, around the Giulietta. Heads up. Darren Winterboer incoming. Arnie Neveling and Jason Campos. Neveling doing such a good job here. In full flight for Stradale Motorsport. That Audi R8 GT3 is just a really spectacular car. They've had one little issue. The diffuser came loose and tore into the back right tyre, which actually ripped it right off the wheel. And had to come in for a while. It looked like they might have been out for a long, long time, but you can see the caliber of Arnie Neveling and his ability to get pace out of that Audi R8. And by doing so, he's brought himself to the front end of the field again and leads things heading into almost the halfway stage. We've got about 4 minutes and some change left until we get to halfway. And Jason Campos now trying to get in the mix there and find a way through on the slower traffic. Now there's an interesting little fact, Mr. Bedford. I'm looking at the timing monitor. I don't see a number 2 Cobra, but I certainly saw a number 2 Cobra going through our shot there. Zane Pierce is back on track in the number 2 Cobra. It's the all grey one that went into pit lane on the warm-up lap. So we mistook it for Richard Ruitz. It's the second grey Cobra of Zane Pierce, and he's back on track there on that last shot. So looks like whatever the issue was on that backdraft roadster, they've got it sorted. Down in 20th place, and 12 laps they've now completed as opposed to the 72 that the leader's done. So 60 laps back with 2 hours to go. My money's on them, Paulie. My money's on them. Who else is going to follow me there? Gino, I know you'll probably give me some money on that, eh? Come on now. Don't be scared. Zane Pierce back into the hunt. 60 laps back. What speed do they go through Potters? It depends on what car you're asking there, Jan Dolphlin. Oh, man, there's a problem. Okay, I'll come back to you on that one, because the speed right now is not a case of the hot speed, it's the hotness behind the car. The twin Hayabusa Suzuki has given up the ghost, and Jason Campos has got some major issues. The back end of that car is on fire. And hopefully Jay's going to be able to get out the car quickly, because that car is lighting up at the back end there. Marshall's running across to get the fire extinguishers on. Great work from the Marshal to get across and into the assistance of Jason Campos. Campos battling to get out the car. He is not out the car yet. And the Marshal's just continuing to douse the flames on that burning Chevron B26. That is a massive moment there. I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong. That misfire has now turned into a massive fire. It's no longer a misfire, it's a big fire. And as much as they're trying to put the flames out, you can see the wind is not helping. It's just absolutely adding to the flames on the back end of that car. Eating into the technology. They've just, whichever way they're throwing it, the flames are just being assisted by the air being pumped into the back of that car by the massive amounts of wind blowing around the circuit at the moment. No matter what the Marshals are doing, they just cannot get that fire out. They're working frantically to get it out. There's going to be a safety car scenario for sure, and the P-Series Bucky will be called into action again. But look at that. They are really battling to get that car out. Looking for some more assistance from the Marshals and some more fire extinguishers. They've put out 4 fire extinguishers to the car and it's still not out. And it's not because they haven't tried to get that flame out. Unfortunately, it's the wind that is blowing and feeding the fire. Unbelievable scenes here on the side of the circuit here at East London Grand Prix Circuit. You can see Jason just holding his helmet in absolute disbelief that they cannot get that flame out. They've put out 2 fire extinguishers into that car and it's done absolutely nothing to put the fire out. Hopefully some more fire extinguishers on the back end of the truck that's just arrived there. There are. And here we go. Hopefully this will get that fire sorted. Even Jason Campos has gone to get an extinguisher. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fire extinguishers to try and extinguish the flames on the back of that car. That's an extremely costly exercise there on the back end of that machine. The technology I was about to talk about on that car is pretty spectacular. And it's just gone up in a ball of flames. Definitely not what you want to be seeing. Oh. It kills me to watch this. As much as they're trying to put that flame out, the additional wind that's pumping into the car is making it even more difficult for the fire marshals and marshals to get the flame out. Cars will continue to circulate. They're going to walk past you and just see the devastation on the side of the circuit. Take nothing away from what the marshals are doing here. They have tried their utmost. They've been through 6 fire extinguishers. They're into their 7th and 8th one right now, trying to extinguish the flames on the back of this car. And the amount of oxygen being pumped into the back of that car because of the high wind is making it even more difficult to get the flame out. Marshals running even from their kart circuit side of things to come and help. The Scribanti team have actually run down to help. They've run across the back of the pit lane and are in attendance to help try and extinguish the flames on the car as well. I'm not in the P series Bucky, fortunately, Paul. I'll be driving back in the Jolion. But it looks like there's a bit of fire extinguishers. I think they may have used almost all the fire extinguishers available at the 4 corners either side of that car's demise. Look at that. Absolute devastation. You do not want to be looking at a race car burning like that. And they've been through, what is there now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fire extinguishers. 10 fire extinguishers to get that flame out. As I said, they were unfortunate because they've got so much air being blown in by the high wind down there. The flames were just being aided and given fuel for fire by the oxygen being pumped into the back of the car. And no matter what the fire extinguishers were doing, the wind was higher and the bigger pressure than the fire extinguishers ever were. So we've got a bit of scenario that could be a while to resolve. Gary's down in pit lane. Let's go and have a quick chat to him, see what information he's found out while he's in pit lane. Gary, down to you, buddy.
Right, managed to catch up with another one of our star riders today, Kolile. You and your team, only team of colour. We've spoken to your teammate, now we're speaking to you. You come from a bit of a historic background, and when I say historic, I mean development background. You've driven a couple of things, but today it's about endurance racing. Give us some idea how you've enjoyed your stint and what it was about.
Okay, stint has been a lot, but I enjoyed it. The car just lost control straight over there. I thought that maybe I overput the rear tires, and I just don't know what happened. I tried to catch it and it just not.
Being your first endurance race, are you and the teammate planning to carry on doing this a bit more, or have you got other plans?
100%. If you can, then sure, we can go for it.
But it's nice to have the likes of Kolile, Leclerc, and that they're supporting you, and Backdrop.
100%, and the team has been very helpful going forward. So, yeah, I'm looking forward if it happens. If you have more events coming, then.
Now, you guys only got together on Thursday, roughly. Is that the first time you met the whole crew?
Yeah, I met the crew on Thursday afternoon, and then drove the car on Friday, and then today we're racing.
You like me, I hate these marks anyway.
Yeah, they keep
Hopefully
on
one day
falling
we'll
off.
get rid of this.
100%. Thank you, sir.
Kolile, thank you very much for chatting to us. Back to you over there, Greg. Enjoy the rest of the racing. Have fun, boy.
Awesome stuff, Gary. Catching up there with our new driver to the series, Zolele Njambuksa. Super to see him partnering up with Cornele Leclerc as part of the All Black team there in the Cobra team. But yeah, back down to the incident, and oh man, it sickens me to see a race car in that kind of condition. Fortunately, Jason Campos got out the car before the flames really took a big effect, but I don't know if Paul was able to find that flaming chevron. Maybe we can go back and just give you an idea of what exactly happened for it to end up where we are right now, under safety car because of a massive fire, and Jason Campos pulling off the circuit in the Chevron B26 to climb out the car to try and assist our fire marshals here at East London Grand Prix circuit. As I mentioned earlier, if you did see the start of that, the marshals were doing an amazing job. Thanks, Nigel Cosway. That's a nice little effort there. Just to give you an indication, of course, Nigel, of course, used to be the chief marshal and the head of the Kyle Army Marshals Association for a long, long time. So you know exactly what we're talking about, here, Nigel. This is part of what I'm talking about, Gino. The interactive TV that we can give you. I've got Nigel Cosway, who's making a comment on my Facebook post saying, hats off to the marshals. Not easy to deal with that kind of a wind and try and put a flame out when you're getting that amount of wind into the flame. So thanks, Nigel. That's really awesome to hear from you, buddy. Thank you for the support for these guys who basically are volunteers here. And we can't go racing without them. So we got to say another huge thank you to all of them for the amazing effort that they do and the job that they're doing to ensure that we can continue racing here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. So that's a nice little accolade there from a man who, of course, has spent oodles of time at not only local racing but international racing as well, Nigel Cosway, the former head of Kyle Army Marshals, and of course I like to call him the marshalling marshal of the universe, because that's the kind of effort he used to put in with his team at Kyle Army, and of course at the internationals, at A1 Grand Prix, at the street circuit in Durban. There it is, a massive flame ball going through the complex and coming out of the complex. I don't think Jay realized the car was on fire until that point, and then was looking either side to say, well, do I go inside or outside? I just need to get out the car. And as soon as he came to a stop, within about 4 or 5 seconds, one of the marshals from the inside point, there he is, first man to the job. Great effort. It looked like he had it under control, but as I said, look in the background and watch the wind and how much wind that marshal is contending with. The third marshal runs to the back of the tire wall, grabs another fire extinguisher, makes his way across to come and assist, and the car is circulating past, watching Jason get out the car. You can see Jay also looking for some kind of assistance, looking to get the extinguisher that should be in the car as well with him to help that out. I think it was probably under flame at that point in time, but look at that. They are pumping the CO2 into the back of that car, and it's doing absolutely nothing to quell the flames because of the amount of wind that's pumping through there. If I give you the current standings in terms of our weather app we've been following all day long, I can tell you now that the wind was gusting at one stage at 55 k's an hour, and I'll give you a heads up as to what it is right now. 57 k's an hour is the current wind gusts out there. So to try and put a flame out that's being fed by 57 k an hour wind of oxygen, it's going to be a very difficult task, and it just shows you just how well these guys worked to get that flame out as quickly as possible. So take your hats off to the East London Grand Prix circuit marshals for the Incredible job they did. Yes, they did run out eventually, but within a couple of seconds again, the fire marshals and the recovery vehicle made its way to that incident. You'll see Jason just put his hands on his helmet in a few minutes' time going, what do we do? But the fire marshals were on their way, and nothing that Jay can do about it, nothing that those guys who were first reactors could do about it. There is the recovery vehicle making its way around, and got to the circuit and got across to that car as quickly as it could. They all then dived in to grab fire extinguishers out of the back of the truck, and eventually, I think after going through a dozen fire extinguishers, they were able to quell the flames and get that fire under control. So thanks, Paulie, for that nice rerun of all the action that happened there coming out of the sweep. One concern I have is the amount of damage that's now been done to that incredible motorcar. Twin Hayabusa Suzuki V8 configuration behind the cockpit of that Chevron B26. The day's gone from bad to worse there, unfortunately, for Franco Scribante Racing. He, of course, started in second on the grid. Didn't get the illustrious pole that he normally gets in that car. And unfortunately then had a misfire right at the beginning of the day. It dropped him out of contention to about 20 laps behind when he eventually got back on track. They were making up rapid pace through their progress through the field. And it come within about 10 laps of the 20 they'd lost before bursting into flame and going from a misfire to a massive fire. And that, of course, was not what they wanted. That is for sure. So, yeah, that's how things can go in racing. We've seen it on numerous occasions where things have gone even worse than that. And fortunately, as I said, the driver got out the car, was not harmed. Marshals did a valiant job to try and get the fire out as quickly as possible. And that's how we have come under safety car again for the 4th time this afternoon. We've also passed or surpassed, I should say, the first half of the race. You can actually see some of the oil that's been addressed there by the marshals because of the amount of oil that was dropped when that car caught alight. Which means we might have some tricky conditions here in the complex for a little while after we get the restart. And the green flags waved again across the line. But also give you an opportunity to have a look at how things stand there, Paulie. If you wouldn't mind, just pop up a timing for us there as they recover that vehicle. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. If the car had been the other way around, possibly at gate corner or on one of the corners in the complex, that could have been a lot worse for wear. The Scribante boys are on the back of the recovery flatbed. East London Towing Services for that. Thank you for that. Arnie Neveling, Chop Sapuka, Hein Lateghan, Richard Rutz, Julian Familiaris, Darren Binterboer, Brad Scorer, Rob Clark, Dean Wilson and Sean Valance are your top 10. Greg Zank just outside of the top 10. Kwanele Letlaka, first time out for him and his teammate Zolele Njambuksa. And of course it's Jason Campos now who's out of contention with the demise of that B26 Chevron of Franco Scribante's that he was piloting when it burst into flames. In 13th place. Unlucky for some, I suppose. Johan Hatting, he'll be making his way through along with Baron Pretorius, who's now stepped into the 262 Pesty Racing Cobra. Benjamin Morgenroot has taken over the wheel once again in the Morgenroot Racing, and he's also in a Cobra. Morne Jurgens is back on track as well in his number 4 Cobra. And Marius Jackson we saw come onto the circuit in the Audi R8 GT4. Zane Pierce also back in action. Mike McLaughlin and Brian Martin were on and off all the day. They've had 3 opportunities to get back on track and all 3 have failed. And they're now back in pit lane working to try and get that car back into race trim, hopefully. Once again, a massive thanks there to Haval Edenvale for the supply of the Jolion pace car. and the P Series Bucky as our course car to assist with the action that's happened on track so far. Also, I want to thank, as always, Link Online, our official partners, helping us get all of your Facebook live streaming and YouTube live streaming, courtesy of the servers that they've provided for us. And if you need to, of course, find them, they're on linkonline.co.za for all your online and IT requirements. Big thanks to Simon Thiessen and the team at Thiessen's Generators for the supply of a generator for us as well, in case of some load shedding that could potentially happen at all the circuits we go to. We do appreciate all of their support, and I want to say thanks as well to Daryl and the team there for organising Alco Truck and Haulers for the support of our support categories here today. The Border Motorsport Modified Saloons action brought to you by Alco Truck and Haulers. Always a great sign, or sight to see, I should say. Cars circulating behind a safety car, but that's of course what the safety car is all about. It's to allow us to continue race action while we have big incidents that have happened. If you have just joined us and want to know why we're under safety car, remember you can just rewind the action on your Facebook page and have a look and see the fireball that caused the safety car scenario. And I can let you all know as well that fortunately our driver behind the wheel of that fireball Chevron is A-OK. Lots of cars diving into pit lane now to take up the opportunity of the safety car and not lose too much ground in this race under safety car scenario. Amanda Kutsi has joined us. How are you doing, Amanda Panda? Thanks for your support. Fortunately, you don't have to do any work today at this event. You'd normally be here as an MSA steward or as an environmental officer, but now standing on the sidelines, and hopefully the move to your new house has gone well. Hope it's all gone according to plan. So we've got Cobras, we've got an R8 Audi, we've got a McLaren 650S, we've got a Porsche 911 GT3, we've got a Volkswagen Super Cup Polo GTI, we've got an Alfa Romeo Giulietta, we've got a John Cooper Works Mini Cooper S, and we've got a BMW E36 still fighting in this field of round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. How's that for doing double duties? That man right there is none other than your official COC, working hand in hand with the marshals to ensure that whatever was dropped as oil here on the circuit is addressed. So hats off there to Eric Schultz and the whole team. Every man and every lady jumping in to assist with a big incident like that, and it's always required. So thanks for that, bud. We do appreciate the amount of effort that you put in on the sidelines, and if you're behind the COC's desk as well, not only here, but in the GTC Championship and of course in the Volkswagen Polo Cup Championship as the official COC for those events. We do appreciate your assistance, buddy, and the amount of effort that you put in behind the scenes too. So Jason Campos is the reason for that. Campos coming out of the sweep, the car burst into flames, and it took fire extinguishers, 12 of them, to put that car out. It's back on the flatbed and on its way back to Scribanti Racing, but that is a serious piece of machinery that's gone up in flames there this weekend. And a big loss to the front end, because he was starting to come into contention to regain the time he'd lost with that little misfire earlier on, as I said. There we go, once again. Amazing to see that. I always like to refer to Eric Schultz as my South African motorsport version of Mitch Buchanan from Baywatch, because he is that hands-on. He is really that hands-on. So well done, buddy. And well done, of course, to all the marshals as well. It was great to see with our interactive ability here, as mentioned by my good friend Gino Fabri, the amount of effort that's put in. Terry Gallagher also saying the same thing. Super impressed with the marshals. Fantastic work. Not an easy task to get a flame out. There you can see it from Terry Gallagher. Appreciate that, bud. Fantastic work from the marshals. But as I said, take nothing away from what Terry's just said. I've really got to say a massive thanks to Nigel Cosway for jumping in with that comment. Having been... It is Eric Mohammed. You're not wrong, buddy. No, it's Eric out on track, literally addressing the oil with the concrete being thrown down, helping out the marshals. It's all hands on deck when you got a situation like that. And as always, it's a man who would definitely not be jumping in to help out with a team that, of course, are mainly volunteers here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. We have a few of them that are making a sort of an effort to be part and parcel of the team all the time. But the majority of the marshals that work on a weekend like this, and at most weekends at the East London Grand Prix circuit, are on a voluntary basis and will have the basic knowledge on what to do, and helped out, of course, by the guys who are here on a more permanent basis. Pops, if you just jumped in, you want to have a quick look there, but you might want to rewind slightly and have a look at the fireball that's caused this safety car, and look at the oil being addressed right through the complex there, that Jason Campos unavoidably could put down with the massive fireball coming out of the back of his car. There is Claire Vale, by the way. You were asking about her earlier on. She's in the 4 car and looking to now hopefully get racing underway as soon as possible. There's a lot of oil and a lot of cleanup to be sorted here before we can actually go racing again. So it looks like all my return home fuel is being used in that Jolion at the moment, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get home. Mike Altona, just keep it in economic mode as opposed to sport mode, please, buddy. I want to try and get home tomorrow in time for MotoGP at least. Yeah, once again, there you see a shot of your COC, Eric Schultz, working hand in hand with the marshals to throw down as much concrete as possible to address the oil spill and fluid spill that came out of the burning Chevron B26 of Jason Campos. Steve and his team have also been amazing. The man there on the right hand side, having to come to the circuit since Thursday from about 3 o'clock to close the roads and get everything sorted out. So hats off to him, Simone, and the team downstairs here at the Border Motorsport Club. Valiant effort from the entire team here this weekend to let us to come race once again at this historic venue. Bit of information, of course, that I threw out earlier on in the day. This is the only Grand Prix circuit in the world that has retained its original format. No other Grand Prix circuit in the world has retained its original format. It's been chopping and changing on various aspects on all race circuits around the world. This is the only one that has got its original format. And in fact, if you look in the background, you can see those cars coming down the back road there. They're going to have to do a little U-turn. You'll see that little white machine doing a U-turn in the very near future, because that used to be part and parcel of the original circuit. The Prince, I think is it Prince Albert or Prince George or Prince Albert? I can't remember the original format of the circuit. And they used to run where that Bucky and I think it looks like an A-class Mercedes-Benz turning around at the turnaround point there. Used to come down that road as well. Interesting to see that. Paul, if you can give me a replay of that Cobra coming through, of I think it was Morna Jurgens. It was about 30 seconds ago, if you can pull it back. I just want to show that again, and the reason I want to show it is because we've got really not much to talk about, but one thing to talk about, of course, is now the low sun. And guys that are driving at the moment with clear visors are going to be hindered by that. So there's a shot of the Cobra coming into the second part of the S's, and the driver, if I'm not mistaken, is Morne Jurgens, and he's actually got one hand above his visor trying to put a bit of a sun visor on with his glove. Just want to check, it is the 3 car. No, it was actually, I think it was Craig Zank. It might have been Craig Zank. He's got a clear visor on his helmet, and he's trying to avoid the sun, the low sun at this time of the afternoon coming out of the complex. Luke Selby, I hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. You've been in and out the whole day. Haven't really got a chance to mention you, buddy, but thank you for your input. And to everybody else on the various platforms that we're going out on today, we hope you've enjoyed all the action. Thank you for your interaction with us. It is interactive TV that we are dealing with here. The live stream format is completely different to what you'd have as live television. It doesn't give us an opportunity to talk with it. Here it is. Yeah, have a look at this. This is Craig Zank. Look at that. Saluting the crowd as he goes through into the S's. Thanks for that, Paul. Just gives us something to talk about as well. The fact that the drivers are battling with the low sun. And on a similar vein to what you'd have at Kyalami at Sunset Corner, coming out of the second S right now would also be on a similar vein. Probably up at Beacon as well, they'll find the same kind of thing. A lot of guys would have brought a clear visor thinking that we were going to be racing in the rain, because that's what the weather prediction was, and we did have some rain earlier on. We actually started with wet weather conditions, and a wet race was declared. But then, of course, most drivers, I know this one particularly that's behind the microphone on my race career, would always carry a dark visor or a tinted visor, or possibly even a mirrored iridium visor, to give you the chance to change that visor out in changeable light conditions. If you're in a saloon car, of course, ooh, Ari Neveling, little incident there, little moment for him, catching the curb. Also maybe being caught out by the sun. Clear visor, clear visor, clear visor. Won't have a visor in that one. Clear visor, clear visor, clear visor, no visor. Is that Chops Sapuka at the wheel of that one? No, Zolila Letlaka. He's got a tinted visor on that helmet of his, so he'll have the ability to flick the visor down inside the cockpit and give himself a bit of an Oakley sunglasses effect if he needed it. Majority of the cars out there, though, in terms of the open cockpit, other than what we saw with Jason Campos and Franco Scribanti, running with iridium visors on their helmets. But certainly the majority of the Cobra drivers are running with clear visors, which is going to make it exceptionally difficult when we go under racing conditions and the low sun kicks in. We've had half an hour under safety car. It's a lot of time under safety car. Hour and a half still to go. Almost 2.5 hours completed. 2 hours and 27 minutes completed. 27, good number, by the way. I think Paul should show us that fire again, eh? Come on, Paul. Daryl's saying, listen, we've got... Yeah, there it is. If you've just joined us, this is the reason for our safety car. Jason Campos coming out of the complex and bursting into flames. As I said, the misfire turned into a massive fire, pulled onto the side of the circuit, and then looked for some support. Look at all the oil and liquid being dropped out of the back of that car. Nothing that Jason could do about that, other than get out of harm's way and get it off the circuit as quickly as possible, which is exactly what he did. And then the response time was almost instantaneous from the first marshal to that point. Jay, fortunately, not stopping too far away from the marshal point on the inside of the circuit there, as you can see. But look at how the marshals battled here. Literally pouring the CO2 gas into the back of that engine bay. And with the 57 km/h wind blowing there, it was just feeding the flame and feeding the fire. And no matter what those two marshals tried to do with their fire extinguishers, they just weren't strong enough to put the flame out. To the point that by the time the support vehicle got there, our second of the trucks that we've got helping us this weekend, Haval Edenvale supplying us the P Series bucky, but there's a course car that is here at the circuit all the time, and you'll see it coming into shot relatively shortly, because you'll see them gesticulating that the fire extinguishers have actually run out of CO2 and they can't put the flame out yet. They're certainly working as frantically as possible to try and get that flame out. Both marshals pumping into the back end of that car all the CO2 they had available to them in the 2 canisters that they used up. And with that, of course, they ran out of CO2. I beg your pardon. They started to call for assistance. At that stage, the cars were rolling by, watching the flame ball on the side of the circuit. And then when the truck eventually arrived, everybody jumped into action, trying to grab as much of the fire extinguishers that were on the back of the truck to assist these guys who were literally just stricken. You can see hands on the head there from Jason. No matter what those marshals did, they were on time, they responded correctly, and there was just not enough CO2 to put the flames out, with that 57 km/h wind pumping oxygen into the burning Chevron B26. The engine bay there, of course, is a twin Hayabusa in a V8 configuration, Suzuki power, burning away. And after 12 extinguishers later, the flame was put out and the car was brought back into pit lane, with Jason Campos fortunately not injured in the incident at all. But we've now had 31 minutes of safety car. Issues you're going to have right now, which drivers have got to take into account, is that they can't drive too close, up close and personal to the cars in front of them, because you don't want your own car to be overheating. You still want to try and keep as much heat in the rubber of whatever tire manufacturer you've chosen to use, because as soon as the race does restart, you don't want to be on cold tires. And in terms of Latachan and Sapuka's point of view, our lead car is second in the row, and Latachan is ahead of, in fact it's Verissimo now, Tavares, who's now in the car, in the Porsche. But Verissimo and Zolile Latlaka will have to try and get through a pack of Cobras that are ahead of them before they can go on the hunt for Arnie Neveling. Neveling has driven 2.5 hours in the car. He's had three stops, so that will give him his obligatory time out of the saddle. I think the rule states that you're not allowed to drive more than 2 hours without a stop, and he's had 3 stops so far in his 2.5 hour period. So I'm not quite sure why Charles left him out there for so long. It might not be a bad option to bring him in to do the change if they're going to do it at any stage, but of course they've got a strategy that they're running with. The car that's actually behind the Haval right now was an initial race leader in Richard Rutz. He's also been behind the wheel of the car since the start of the race, so with their 2 or 3 stops that they've had to make for refueling, as well as a couple of incidents that they've had on the car, Richard Rutz also has done his obligatory stops that will allow him to continue to pilot that car until he hands it over to Steve Clark later on in the afternoon. Very sad day there for motorsport to see that Chevron B26 burst into flames. Revs starting to pick up by the sounds of things. Lights out on the Haval. We're about to go racing again. 32 minutes to get that car sorted out and the circuit cleared and cleaned. Not a bad effort there, guys. Well done. East London Grand Prix circuit marshals and our COC. And we've got green flags. Neveling heads into a clean circuit out front, but one thing he's got to have to take into account, he has not gone through the complex in anger yet after the cleanup job that's been done down in the karting complex. Neveling leads out. Zolile Tlaka will try and tick off as many of those Cobras as he can and probably bring Verissimo Tavares along for the ride. First time we've seen Verissimo at the wheel of the Porsche. He jumped into the pilot seat there, taking over from his teammate Hein Latachan after a long spell for Latachan in the Porsche. Tavares family here into the the top of the steps here with us and watching from outside. Here come the cars into the complex for the first time. Just going to watch to see if anybody gets out of shape here. Inside line. Oh, is that Valence going straight on? It is. Sean Valence goes straight on into the kart circuit in the BMW. He's managed to get back on track, but unfortunately he's lost a bit of ground there. He comes back onto the circuit right in front of the Alfa Romeo Giulia. The Giulietta having to go the long way around. It's Mikhail Patamba now at the wheel of that car. He's taken over from Brad Scorer with an hour and 25 minutes to go. It's the first time we've seen all the cars come through the cleaned up complex in Angus, so it looks like they've done a great job. No one slipping and sliding other than the small mistake there coming out of Sean Valence as he went straight and headed into the kart circuit. Mikhail on the inside of Julian Familiaris. Sure, here's a battle. Tavares and Leclerc are going at it down towards Cochabana. Shouldn't be too far behind these guys who are coming through. That's Richard Ritz, Mikhail Patamba. Tight stuff here as they come through. Here we go. Just watching in the background now, he's eventually got through there. Zolila Leclerc getting through and past Verissimo Tavares in the Porsche. Thanks, Andrew Horn. I really hope they can just fix that chevron, bud. Never mind by the next round. That is a very sad day in South African motorsport to see that iconic vehicle burst into flames and nearly burn to the ground. Oh, there you go. New man to the sport and getting caught out on possibility of some oil out of the sweep. Is that Quanele, I think? Quanele Leclerc at the wheel of car 11. Yes, getting out of shape there, coming out of the sweep. I think he's got back on track, but a big moment there for him again. Another big moment here. Gerald Wright fighting there with Claire Val behind them. It's Chris Pretorius now at the wheel of the Mini. There comes Leclerc. He's managed to get the car back on track, fortunately. There's the replay. Did he put a wheel on the inside? I think he did. He put a wheel on the inside dirt there trying to get out of the way. Remember, any of the junior drivers or racers that are out there watching this coverage, the rule of thumb and the rule for any slower or back marker type driver is to hold your line. Don't take evasive action to get out of the way of anybody that is in the way of Foster cars coming from behind. Just hold your line and the Foster guys will find a way around you. If you try and take evasive action like Quanele tried to do there, things can get out of shape, which is exactly what happened. Fortunately, he didn't take anybody else out in the process, because otherwise then he might have been in a bit of trouble. But the idea, of course, is to try and ensure you just hold your line and let the Foster cars find a way around you. They usually do. One hour and 22 minutes to go. Another lap completed for Julian Familiaris. Chop Sabuka's teammate, Zolila Leclerc. Julian Familiaris right behind him. Arnie Neveling diving on the inside of the 61. 61 car at this stage. He's piloted by Johan Hutting. He's had a couple of moments as well after taking over the reins of that car from Lonica Martins. I love interviewing Lonica Martins and finding out how she enjoys her racing. In Polo Cup last weekend at the Red Star Raceway happened in Mpumalanga in South Africa, Lonica was saying to us that she doesn't see whether it's a man or a lady she's racing against. She just sees a race driver, and that's quite a nice attitude to have as a lady racer. and a seasoned campaigner at that. And we've got another seasoned campaigner, lady racer, out there as well in Claire Vale. Both of them having spent some time and a season or two behind the wheel of a Mobil 1 V8 supercar. And before that, the Westbank V8 supercar, of course, as the original sponsors of that series. Niveling into some back markers, not really too troubled by them. I think we're going to probably see Chris Pretorius give a little bit of room here as well to him to get into gate corner first. He does. Totally agree with your response to Andrew, Greg. Thanks. It looks awful, a lot of damage to repair. Terry Gallagher, I have to agree with you there, buddy. But Andy, I have to also agree with your sentiments there. It's terrible to lose any car in South African motorsport, particularly one of that nature. And yeah, you're not wrong. In terms of passion behind motorsport, Franco Scribanti Racing is probably right at the top end of the most passionate team in motorsport. But it is a mammoth task. They're going to have to try and rebuild that car. If anybody can do it, there's no doubt about that. They have the ability to, for sure. And Andrew Horn, what are you becoming, like the $6 million man here? We have the technology. We can rebuild him. I think we might have to call on Lee Majors to help out there as well, buddy. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, Steve Austin, the $6 million man. Franco Scribanti, the $6 million car. Can it be done? Yes, we have the technology. We can rebuild him. So we're into an hour, 18 minutes and some change to go. And in comes the KWT Motor Engineering BMW to check the shopping. I just want to make sure they didn't squash the bread when they got to the spa. And they're passing the eggs over as well for tomorrow's breakfast. Just teasing, that's where the refueling canister is and the petrol tank for the car is. So they pop the boot, refuel the car, and get it back out on track. Sean Valance is at the wheel of the car at the moment. I think he might be handing over to RJ. Green hasn't been out there just yet. See who the driver is once they get back on track. I wonder if I can find that clip for you, Andy. That'll be interactive TV if you've ever seen it before. Let's see if I can find it and whether the microphone will allow me to play it. I think we might just be able to do that. But yeah, some incredible race action so far here. That was topped off with a big fireball a couple of minutes ago. And definitely not what you want to be seeing if you're the owner of a race car of that nature. Into pit lane comes the Bucketless Racing Alfa Romeo Giulietta. Team diving in. And certainly looking like they could be in contention for a top 5 overall here. Still in with a shot. Pretorius down in 8th place at the moment. And hold on a second, before I start playing this $6 million man, I'm going to just take the microphone up here and get my man over my shoulder to come stand here for me. Because over my shoulder at the moment is none other than Eric Schultz, our COC. Dude, I gotta say hats off to your team. And of course, being a man that I know you are, taking the lead option and chucking down the concrete yourself. It was a big moment down there for that Chevron.
Yeah, it was. It let go in a horrible way. There was oil not only from turn 4 all the way through, but also about 4 or 5 foot wide. So it was a massive cleanup job by the guys.
32 minutes, done and dusted, car cleared, flames out, and of course ready to go to racing again.
Yeah, look, it took a little bit longer. We were more worried about getting the driver and the car safe, and then only concentrated on dressing the circuit after that. So yeah, it was an amazing effort by the guys.
But it was an amazing effort by your team and your guys. Well done. Congratulations, and hats off to the amount of effort that you guys put in behind the scenes, because without you guys, we can't go racing. And that, of course, is our COC, Eric Schultz, after all the incident there with the Campos and Scribanti Racing Chevron. Let's see if I can find it for you, Mr. Horn. I think I've got it. Let's see if I get it right here. Daryl's looking at me funny here, but he doesn't realize what I'm doing. So this is where Steve Austin went into a ball of flames as well in the $6 million man. Jason Campos. There it is, Andrew Horn. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology. Mr. Lardicon is in the house, and I might get a comment from him in a few minutes' time once he just has a time to chillax and relax there after a great effort in the Porsche. But there you have it, Eddie. I told you I'd find it somewhere. Gentlemen, we have the technology. We can rebuild it. And that's exactly what they want to do. So, at this point in time, with an hour and 14 minutes to play, still lots to happen out there. And I think there's still a lot of battles to be sorted out. This looks like a big one. 262. And in the 262 car at the moment, of course, it's Bar and Pretorius trying to make up some ground now. But Julian Familiaris has really not put a wheel wrong in that Di Matteo Racing Cobra. He has to come in at some point and hand over to Franco. Franco Di Matteo will take over probably for the last hour or so to complete the racing for the day. Hines up here watching from the sidelines, but his teammate Verissimo Tavares doing such a good job behind the wheel of that Porsche. It's the first time he's ever been down to the East London Grand Prix circuit. Chatted to him on Thursday afternoon. He was quite daunted at the speed factor that would be brought in because of not having raced at the circuit before. But I think by the time he climbs out the car later on, he will have probably made this into one of his most famous or favourite circuits to race at. And it's normally what happens with a new driver coming to East London. It's a real racer's racetrack, that's for sure. And certainly sorts you out. And your ability to go at it in full tilt for race action. Let's have a look at the results there. Thanks, Paul. I was about to ask you for that. GT3 is led out overall by Arnold Neveling and Zolile Latlaka in second place there. First and second on the road. First, second and third on the road, of course, is also the three GT3 cars. Verissimo Tavares and Hein Lartigan in the Porsche in third place. Class E is in fourth place. It's the leader. It's Richard Rutz. He's ahead of Julian Familiaris. And then you drop down into 10th place with Gerald Wright behind the Wright Motorsport and People Group Cobra for third place overall in Class E. Mikhail Patamba is ahead of Chris Budnick, his teammate. That's for Class B honours, first and second there for Bucketless Racing. Class A is Chris Pretorius, also from Bucketless Racing, and leading the Class A contingent. GT5, it is Sean Valance in the BMW, who is at the front end of his field. And then as we go all the way down, Class S is Jason Campos, who has retired now after the big flame ball. Marius Jackson GT4 is out and McLaughlin out as well. But that's how things stand with 1 hour and 12 minutes to go. Calvin Halvey and Henny Swanepoel have joined us now for the last hour and 12 minutes as well. Thank you for that, guys. If you want to see the action that has transpired so far, remember you've got the option to rewind and watch in the middle of the race as to what has happened so far. We've had 5 safety car scenarios. The biggest one, of course, was the Fireball Chevron B26. Campos at the wheel. And eventually, they've brought the Di Matteo Racing Cobra in for its scheduled stop. And I think it's the scheduled driver change as well. Familiaris jumping out of the driver's seat. Franco, the Italian stallion, Di Matteo, will jump into the driver's seat to take the car to the line. That is second place. Well, that's the leader actually into gate corner. Second place just down the road from him. A little bit of smoke coming out of the Audi. I saw that, Daryl. Thanks for picking up on that. And it's not... That's definitely not debris coming out of the concrete that's been laid down. That is certainly smoke coming out of the Audi R8 of Arnie Neveling. Have we got more drama to follow? Don't forget, the last time we came to East London Grand Prix circuit, Zolile Letlaka and Chop Sapuka became the first team of colour to win a South African Endurance Series race. And that was on home turf for the two of them. Yeah, Arnie going to be pulling into pit lane. There is certainly a problem on the Audi. That is a potential big issue there for that Audi R8 of Stradale Motorsport. Their teammates go flying past them in the McLaren 650 SGT3. They're a lap down, so on the next pass they'll take it. A Cobra off at Cocabana as well. Is that Zank or Morne Jurgens? It's one of the black Cobras, so could possibly be either of the two. Is it the 3 on the grill? I think it's Zank, yeah. Craig Zank, unfortunately, problems there for him. Cobra, and one more coming out of pit lane now with Franco Di Matteo at the wheel of the Di Matteo Racing Backdraft Cobra. Passed now by Richard Ritz into turn 1, Potter's Pass. Audi's into the pit box. COC is right there in attendance to see what the problem is. Stradale Motorsport dive onto the car to try and find out what's gone wrong. That is a purpose-built endurance race car in that Audi R8 GT3, and I think there may be something terminal there. Chris Pretorius at the wheel of the Mini. Just ahead of Claire Vale, who's under attack now from the 4 car. And I think is Zane Pierce. It's the 2 car, I beg your pardon. Not the 4 car. Zane Pierce trying to make up lots of ground. Eventually he's got through with Gareth now at the wheel into 18th place, 34 laps completed, compared to the 96 laps completed by Arnie Neveling and Zolile Letlaka. Gets through on Claire Vale, making up some ground. Here comes Ritz and Clark. Record still at the wheel. I wonder when they're going to be peeling in. Yeah, here we go. On cue? No, not quite. I thought Reggie might jump into the pit lane there and give the wheel over to Steve Clark to finish up the race. Mikhail Patamba going around the outside of Claire Vale as well before they pitch it into Potter's Pass. You can see the wind is still continuing to pump here. Almost 60k an hour, gusts blowing down the main straightaway. A constant 45 kilometer an hour wind blowing, and that's down to the braking point. So you got to brake early if you are going to brake for Potters, or you've got to come off early because you'll get additional push from behind from the wind, and then that wind will be blowing straight into your face as you come along the beach straight, and as you pitch it into gate corner it'll blow you literally into the S's. You can ask Clint Siller about that. He'll tell you all about it after that big wheelie incident he had here at Super GP a couple of seasons ago. Went for the celebratory wheelie, came out to the beach straight and into gate corner and got blown right off his motorcycle by a massive gust of wind coming from the seaside. Mikhail Patamba pushing pressure and trying to find a way through there on Gareth Pretorius. He's got through on Pretorius. He now sets his sights on Richard Ritz just up the road from him. And that will be for position. No, it won't. Still got a 2-lapper. Oh, here it could be position now as Ritz goes in. Ritz goes into pit lane. And Mikhail will take 1 lap back as he passes over the start-finish line. So Mikhail Patamba now takes a position back, or 1 lap back I should say, on Richard Ritz. If he comes around one more time and gets another lap, it'll mean that Richard Ritz and Steve Clark would have lost that 4th place to Mikhail Patamba. Possibly the reason why they've called Richard Ritz in, to get that pit stop done before the youngster makes his way around again. and they lose that position. Pesty Racing. Yeah, I've got to say, I was about to say spare a thought for our camera guys in this very, very tricky, windy condition we're dealing with. Turn 1 battling. Our turn 4 cameraman had to climb off his vantage point down onto the ground, so we've got that low angle up at Beacon Corner. I think the hardest working cameraman is camera 2 at the moment, being buffered on top of our platform that we're commentating from. Looking under the car for possible damage. As the jacks go in and lift that Alpha Giulietta up. Steve Clark is on track, and Mikael Batamba, I think, has passed him. So Mikael Batamba has got ahead of Steve Clark and has taken over the position that he was behind as Richard Rutz went into pit lane. That's certainly not what they wanted to do, that's for sure, but Clark has lost that one position with the driver change and pit stop that they did. Zolile Letlaka continues to lead things out there in the McLaren. There is confirmation. Mikael Batamba, first of the white cars with the black stripes, ahead now of Steve Clark. It'll only change up on the timing once they cross the line on the next pass, because they're both on the same lap now. So they've taken his lap back again and move on to the same amount of laps completed, which will be 95, 96, or will it be 95? I don't know. Look in the background as well. Speaking of fires, a big fire up on the hill behind the circuit as well. Won't affect the racing, but certainly not nice to see. It's about to heat up here though, as Steve Clark has got through on Chris Pretorius in the Mini. Let's see if that position does change as they cross the line. Nope. He takes back the lap and gets onto the same lap now as Steve Clark, but Steve Clark takes that lap back again as he crosses, so he's still got to make up one lap on Clark if he wants to take that 4th place away from him. So Mikael Batamba will be pushing hard. Clark will try and keep him honest. Chris Budnick now at the wheel of the Giulietta. Behind him, his teammate from Bucketless Racing, Mikael Batamba. Steve Clark going on inside of Craig Zank. Behind that comes Chris Pretorius in the Mini Cooper out of Bucketless Racing. Tavares up into 2nd place now, ahead of the stricken Audi, still in pit lane. Let's see if I've got any information that's been thrown my way. Yeah, there it is. A water pipe coming off on the Audi, so it shouldn't be too difficult to fix up and get that Audi back on track. Gary van der Space sending us information from pit lane via WhatsApp saying the reason for the smoke coming out of the back of the Audi was a water pump pipe that fell off. If they get that pipe back up onto it and get some water back in the car, should be a-okay to get back in if there's no other damage to the race car. Andrew Horn, we're missing you as well, bud. Thanks for the message. We are definitely missing your opportunity. We were actually chatting about it last night at supper, saying it's a pity we don't have all the Nash specials back down here at the East London Grand Prix circuit, particularly your one. But we know you'll be back soon, and hopefully you'll be there for the Killarney 9 Hour, the last round of the South African Endurance Series in December. This has been second half of action. The first half was pretty processionary, is the one way of putting it. But certainly a action-packed second half of this race. And now, with 1 hour to go, we're getting into a scenario where survival mode has to start kicking in. And when I say survival mode, not only from the car's point of view, but from the new drivers behind those cars. Because remember, the guys who've been at the wheel of those cars before all would have known exactly what's ticking, how things are working. Are there any niggles that you need to work around? Are there any problems that could potentially come in the last hour? And if so, how do you drive around those to get the cars to the checkered flag to finish up the day's racing? That is what I talk about when I speak about the survival situation. Out of the sweep and up to the top of the hill to Beacon. Tavares has lost a little bit of ground there to Zolile Latlaka and Chop Sapuka. And it looks like those two are looking to go back to back for a possible victory here in our fifth round of this championship. Nice to see that we got an opportunity here to have a chat to the man who was behind the wheel of the Fireball. Jay, yeah, you can drop the mask. Jason Campos is in the house with us here. He's going to talk us through quickly. We're going to have a look at the replay on the screen as well. You probably haven't seen this just yet, so it might be a bit air-raising for you. But stand by for our replay. There it is. The car just bursting into flame coming out of the complex. Take us through what went wrong.
Well, looking at it now, I was actually still trying to race. I was on the radio saying, guys, I'm losing power here. And the screen went black. So, I didn't even know. Obviously, the car runs no mirrors. It's got a rear view camera. So that went black. So I wasn't really sure. I was actually still waiting in the car to, get towed back in and fix a small problem and go on my way. And when I saw the guys running with a fire extinguisher, that's when I knew, okay, something must be serious here. So that's when I jumped out. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, okay, we're in trouble. So
one thing I'm going to say is the build of that car, with you not knowing the car was on fire, means that the safety cell for the car must be pretty spectacular.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I mean, the guys asked me, did you feel it? How come you were in the car for so long? So, yeah, I mean, it is quite windy, so it's quite cool out there. Like I said, when I realized what was happening, I got out pretty quick. So I don't feel like I was a threat in any moment. And obviously seeing the flames there, I'm actually quite lucky now that I look at it. So, glad that we're okay. We walked away. Just sorry for the car. The damage is quite bad.
No, I'm sure. We'll talk about the damage now. But what I want to talk about is that once you climbed out that car and realized you were in trouble, this young man over here, of course, was your first responder. He got to the car relatively quickly. But unfortunately, you would have seen it down there. They were fighting with 2 fire extinguishers to put a massive flame out and a 57 km/h wind.
Yeah, absolutely. The guys did a fantastic job. Obviously them running to me notified me that I was in a bit of trouble. They did a fantastic job, but I mean, you can see the wind was pumping. I mean, you can see my hands on my head there. I realized this is going to be a big one. Also a little bit lucky, I think, with the wet grass from the rain earlier, because I think if that grass caught, that whole car would have been in a lot of trouble. So yeah.
No, it was a big moment, and of course, once they got those 2 fire extinguishers out and used up all the CO2 in that the 2 extinguishers, the one thing I'm going to say is in a couple of minutes' time, you'll actually get to see. There must be a frustration level at that point, because you can see these guys are working hard to try and sort out the problem, and no matter what they're doing, nothing's working.
No, absolutely. I mean, I do think they stalled a little bit, but you can see now with the wind, it's just picking up. The flames are just getting back to normal. So they definitely stalled it for a short while. I don't know if it was good enough for when more fire extinguishers arrived. But there's not much more they could have done. I was very happy with them. Obviously, I'm waving my arms, asking for more, but I can't fault them. The boys and girls are doing a good job. So
I was saying to everybody when we watched this firsthand, remember, most of these guys and girls that are working on the sidelines are volunteers. There's a couple that are sort of your full-time marshals. They work underneath them and they work under the auspices of it. There's the first truck to arrive on the scene with the additional fire extinguishers. I don't think you realize they went through a dozen fire extinguishers to try and extinguish the flame.
Yeah, and of course we're very thankful. They limited the damage because that could have been a lot worse. And the we can only say thank you to the boys and girls. And I know they are volunteers. You know, that's motorsport. We try contribute where we can. You know, from a business level, we obviously also look after the marshals personally. And yeah, you know, afterwards, hopefully I can give them all a case of beer, social distancing beers, you know.
I like to hear that. That's fantastic. Yeah, I know. You know, from Campos Transport's point of view, from Turn One's point of view, insurance company, and of course with the Franco Scrivanti racing team, you guys are very much involved with the support of the guys that support us and allow us to go racing.
No, absolutely. You know, I mean, we insure the Kalami marshals and a lot more. And yeah, you know, we're in a fortunate position. We try to help out the guys where we can. And yeah, you know, it's a big family here, so we have to look after one another. And yeah, a dozen fire extinguishers is small, like when you consider the greater scheme of things, you know. So yeah, we're all okay. The racing's still going on now. We'll all have smiles after this, so here's what it is.
I think there might be one man with a little less of a smile. That's of course going to be Franco. But there was a lot of comments flying on our interactive side of things on the social media saying, you know, sad to see the car destroyed that badly, but hopefully the passion behind Franco Scrivanti Racing, and we know what that passion is like, Jay, you're now involved in that team. Is there a chance of it possibly being ready for Cape Town?
Look, I want to say yes. You know, I haven't really looked at it too closely. In terms of passion, you're 100% right. I could really see the boys talking about what they can do for Cape Town. But whether we make Cape Town or not, I assure you, you will see that car on the racetracks again. So just depends on when. But yeah, you know, I do feel sorry for the guys. They put a lot of effort in. I'm sorry to Franco. You know, obviously we don't plan these things, and I mean, you can see that I was a passenger. So you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know.
No, look, there's no doubt about it. It had nothing to do with you making an incident for that fire to go. It picked up a misfire early on, and something must have gone wrong in the electronics. I mean, the engineering behind that car is spectacular with that V8 twin Hayabusa that's in it. So there's a lot of work to be done. But as I said, I think between yourselves and Franco Scrivanti Racing, there's a very good possibility that passion will kick in. And if I know Franco, he doesn't want to end the season without a 9-hour win.
No, 100%. So look, you know, I'm just happy that we're all okay. The guys will be back, and trust me, you'll see us in Cape Town with something. Whether it's the Chevron, who knows? We'll find out soon enough.
I know there's a V8 Shelby Can-Am that's around.
That's exactly what we've already said. Let's see. We're coming racing. Watch out for us.
Awesome stuff, Jay. Thanks so much for the comments, buddy, and coming up to have a chat to us. Give us first-hand knowledge as to what went down there. That's, of course, also part of our interactive coverage that we do here on Up to 60 Seconds. And thank you, Gary, for bringing Jay up to us to give us that information. Hope you enjoyed that straight from the fireball's mouth, so to speak. Jason Campos giving us that information. And once again, there's another shot of the incredible wind that is just pumping around the circuit at the moment, going into the last 50 minutes of racing here in action-packed second half of the race. I've got Hein here as well, and he joined us a bit earlier on. I'm going to ask him to step into the studio too and have a quick chat, talk us through how things have gone so far from the Porsche's point of view. Sitting in second place, Hein, most of the work has been done by yourself, but Verissimo, of course, probably a bit daunted about the high speed factor here at East London.
Yes, yeah, I mean, he wanted to come and do a bit of track time on Thursday, and they couldn't. And he was driving with a rental car, and he said to me, no, the track is quite easy, you know. But I think obviously he was going about 120 through Potters at that time. And yesterday you could, I think everybody in the country, I was talking to Glenn Hall yesterday, and I mean, they're busy with the off-road race in Botawil, and Glenn asked me if Potters is still the same, you know. So I mean, Potters is probably the most famous corner in South Africa. And I think Verissimo realised that yesterday, and I think he's also got the respect for that now.
No doubt about it. I think anybody that races in this country and sees what happens at Potters Pass knows that you've become a real racer if you can go through there with just a confidence lift or a tap on the brakes. Not a lot of people have got the confidence to go through there flat.
Yeah, I was looking at Michael Steven earlier, and I think he's almost flat out there. I mean, so you can take your hat off to him. Even myself, I mean, when I went yesterday, it's still a very daunting corner, you know. I mean, you kind of find out who you are when you go through there.
You certainly do. It sorts out the men from the boys, that's for sure. But there's a couple of things that I want to bring to you, particularly with the experience you've had in racing, is you've come a long way in motorsport, and a welcome return after 25 years to East London Grand Prix circuit. But you've got guys out here for the very first time, your teammate being one of them, but there's an all-black team out there also for the very first time doing an incredible job in a Cobra, which is a hard car to drive.
No, definitely. I mean, I must say I'm really enjoying the endurance side because there's so many things. It's not just about being the fastest. It's about being consistent. I mean, you are relying on your teammate. You better make sure that you get him up to speed, or for that reason, you must try and make sure that I'm up to speed. So it's such a nice team game, and you need the mechanics to do their job with the tire changes, with the fuel. So it's really a team sport.
An amazing effort from your side of things too. I know that you've enjoyed it so far, and we've spoken on numerous occasions about the return that you've made here to motorsport. I think the other big factor to take into account is that if this is how it's going, the future of the sport looks good too for 2022, and hopefully some more cars coming to join us.
Yeah, it will be great. I mean, if we can some way get all the cars, I mean, there's so many of the cars out there, and I mean, we just need to get those guys to bring their cars and to compete as well. I think there's enough cars in the country, and then for me the endurance side that's where these cars can compete, you know. I mean, so I think everybody must dust the cars down and bring them to the circuit.
Roy Campos, that was directed at you particularly. There's a V8 Shelby Can-Am that's available. Let's get it out there.
Yeah, I know. I think we need all of them here. It will be great to have a dice again. And I think all the guys from 25 years ago that used to do all the Formula Fords and touring cars, I'm sure they can find a car somewhere.
No doubt about it. So there's the challenge set down behind Ladekhan. Thank you for joining us, and thanks for the comments, buddy. And good luck for the rest. Hopefully that Verissimo can keep it there in second place. I know that he's piloting that car relatively well at the moment. 35s out of him. Your quickest time was a 24, but he's got some buffer ahead of him. He's got Steve Clark 2 laps back. Mikel Patamba still 4 laps back, so a little bit of a buffering that he can play around with into the closing stages here of this round 5 of the South African Endurance Series here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. So let's have a look at how things stand at the moment. Zolile Tlaka Tavares in second, Clark in third. Incredible move there from Steve Clark. Ahead of Mikel Patamba in fourth place in a Class B Super Polo GTI. Is there a possibility of another podium for a Super Cup Polo GTI? Mikel Patamba will certainly be trying hard to do that. The last car that did that, of course, was Team Perfect Circle's Andre Besaidnout and Saul Hack. They've actually had 2 outings where that Super Cup Polo from Team Perfect Circle and Saul Hack Racing have made it onto the overall podium in a South African Endurance Series race. Byron Teens is in the house as well. He's just joined us down from Silvio Scribanti Racing. He was up here a little while ago. I didn't quite get a chance to have a chat to him, but it was great to see that Silvio Scribanti and his team came up to jump in and try and watch our feed, but at the same time catch the last part of the rugby, courtesy of our DSTV link up here, and Daryl giving them a chance to watch the last part of a South African victory this afternoon in the rugby. So well done to them. I know that my Queen won't be too happy about that, with the All Blacks losing and not quite getting the perfect rugby championship under their belts, but definitely a team to be watching out for. Tavares up the inside, squeezing through on one of the Cobras, as we've now got 47 minutes of racing still to go. Zolela Nzambuksa up into 11th place behind Len Marshall, teammate there to Craig Zank. The 2 Cobras looking to wrap up the final step of the top 10. Fight on there because they're both on the same lap. Gerald Wright 7 laps ahead of them. 3 laps ahead of him is Arnie Neveling, who's back on track eventually with a bit of work to do now, down in 8th place after a water pipe came off the Audi and cost him a huge amount of time in pit lane. But his ability to do 24s as opposed to everybody else ahead of him doing a lot slower lap times could possibly see him seal the deal and get up into the top 3 again. He's got to catch Chris Pretorius, who's a lap ahead of him, and Pretorius of course piloting the Mini at the moment, the John Cooper Works Mini Cooper S from Bucketless Racing and Container Force. Chris Budnick in the Bucketless Racing Alfa Romeo Giulietta has taken over that seat, and we'll be piloting that one to the end after Darren Winterboer stepped out. Franco D'Amato has taken over from his teammate, of course, Julian Familiaris, and you've got them up the road to the tune of about 4 laps. Then 3 laps up the road from that is Mikhail Patamba in the Bucket List Racing Volkswagen Super Cup Polo GTI. And of course those 3 Bucket List Racing cars being prepped and maintained over the 4-hour period by Fast Developments. Fast Freddy, the man behind that team. Steve Clark Racing. Steve Clark is at the wheel of the 3rd placed car and completing 107 laps of anger now with his teammate Richard Rutz. That is Morne Jurgens at the wheel of the 4 car, trying to make up some ground as well, just outside of that top 10. And then we just got to chat to Hein Ladekhan, as I said earlier on. We were trying to get him into the studio when we got a chance to. His teammate Verissimo Tavares doing a superb job in 2nd place. Only a lap down on Zolile Latlaka, but they will have to manage him. 1 minute 36s out of Tavares, 1:33s out of Steve Clark. Could potentially bring Clark into contention for a 2nd place in the next 44 minutes. Arnie Newling still in pit lane, so dropping by the wayside, giving Gerald Wright a chance, Len Marshall a chance, and Zolile Nzambuksa a chance to be up there as well. Depending on what happens with that Audi and if they can get it fixed, water back in the system and back on track. Very good possibility we're going to see back-to-back victories here for Zolile Tlaka and his Ngumbu teammate Chop Sapuka. 2 of them from just down the road here in the homelands of the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Homeboys at their home circuit. Oh, is that a Cobra? There's a Cobra out of shape there, Daryl, just on the right-hand side of that shot. If we ask our cameraman just to pan right. I think it might be back on track though. It might be that grey one that spun out. There, it looks like he is back on track, so don't stress too much. There was certainly a Cobra out of shape there. It looked like it might have been... I'm just looking down the field. Was that Pierce? I think it might have been Gareth Pierce who got out of shape there. Yeah. Blue lights on that car. That's Gareth Pierce spinning out and getting back on track now. Mikhail Patamba puts another lap into him. Kind of formation flying there from the Bucket List Racing team. Mikhail leading out Chris Budnick and Chris Pretorius in their attack. Just have a look and see as we go through here. We've got to get a chance of slow-mo. The 3 car goes through. There it is. Yeah, 100%. Pretorius. Not Pretorius. Pierce on the sideline. So thanks for that, Paulie. Reynard Golden Dog Gelderblom in the mix of the bushes there, shooting for his life on a camera, still camera. Nice work, Rain Dog. Container Force Racing and Bucket List Racing combining there with Robin Clark and Chris Pretorius. If you have just joined us into the closing stages here, 40 minutes of racing still to go, or 41 minutes and some change of the 5th round of the South African Endurance Series here at the East London Grand Prix circuit on the east coast of South Africa. Bit of a fight on here between the Alpha Juliet of Budnick and Morne Jurgens as he tries to make up some ground after losing lots of ground early on. Franco Di Matteo piloting his own Di Matteo Racing Cobra. After the mother load was done by Julian Familiaris in the first part of the race. Oh, cheeky there from Orne Jurgens. Diving through and retaking that position back again from Budnick in the Alpha. And according to the timing monitor, it's an Alfa Romeo, as in PHA, not FA. So it's the top of the food chain, Alfa Romeo Giulietta. The Alpha Male Romeo Giulietta. I think just a typo there on our timing monitor. Fighting hard now with Di Matteo, and Di Matteo also rocking a clear visor. Not the ideal thing to be happening in this low light. The sun blaring straight into your face on certain corners, but if that's the only visor you've got, it's the visor that you're going to have to race with this weekend. Di Matteo on the inside. Then Marshall giving some space there to both Di Matteo and the Alfa Giulietta to squeeze through. Mikhail Patamba popped up on the timing monitor there. I'm not quite sure why. 2:56 is he in pit lane? No, he's not. Why was he so slow on that last pass? Says he did his best lap on lap 110 of 131.1. But then it says 2:56 on the inside, so maybe a little bit of issue there for his transponder pickup. Leclerc on the inside and passes on through past the BMW. At the wheel of that BMW now is Rob Green. Robert Green piloting that KWT Motor Engineering BMW. It's an E36. Not done just yet between Budnick and Di Matteo. Yeah, just double checking there. Monitor eventually fixed itself. A 32.1 from Mikhail Patamba. And a 32.4 from Gerald Wright in the Wright Motorsport People Group Cobra. Thought there might be a small issue there on the timing. Almost instantaneously sorted out. Most of the cars rocking a full set of lights now. I think there was a call at 5 o'clock to put lights on, usually. So 5 o'clock on the daytime, lights must go on all the race cars. We would have initially finished a bit later in the day, but because we were able to start a bit earlier on the race day today, we've been able to run possibly just into evening as opposed to into the dark. A lot of the cars and drivers were wary in saying that possibly running into the dark here at East London might be a bit dangerous. We've done it in the past, but not a bad call there from the COC to start us early. Tyres and wheels being checked on this Alpha. Maybe he's picked up a flat spot on the tyre, or maybe a bit of an issue there on the braking. But Fast Developments will get to that relatively quickly. Fast Freddy the Burn there in to check things out. It looks like there might be a little bit of a loose wheel on the left front there. Cobra Kai going into turn 1 Potter's Pass. 4 or 3 of them line astern. Steve Clark on the inside of Gareth Pearce. Slaka into gate corner. Zolela Nzambuksa. It's Zolele's protege. His brother Kwanele partnering up there with Zolela Nzambuksa for what is now 11th place in car 11. Not a bad way to finish up the day's racing for your first time out. 11th place in car 11 in your first outing. That's a lot of ones to play with. Maybe a lot of future ones to come your way at some point in your careers. Oof, a little bit out of shape there for Pierce again. He's already gone off here, so he's got to be very wary that he doesn't make any more mistakes in the complex. Verissimo down to the 32s now, so getting quicker and quicker in the Porsche. That's good to see. Verissimo Tavares in second place on the road in the Porsche. Black Bull Racing Porsche out there. And Black Bull Racing, of course, also prepped by WCT. Yes, and a message coming my way from the greatest man in motorsport, in my opinion, Graham Nathan. Graham Nathan watching from the sidelines, saying that the last time a Polo Super Cup car was on the podium, it was the Masters Daniel Rowe combination in PE at the previous round, the double header. Yes, but Graham Nathan, as you and I both know, that is not a Super Cup Polo, but the prototype that the Super Cup cars were developed from. So does it really count? I suppose it does. But of course the prototype is a slightly different animal to what the Super Cup Polos eventually became in GTC Super Cup and the cars that are piloted and fought here in the Endurance Series. So yeah, I'll take it as a knock on the door there from Graham Nathan to remind me that it was Masters and Daniel Rowe taking a victory in the Super Cup Polo. But of course it's the prototype that they were racing. And that car, slightly different to the ones that are now being produced in mass for the Global Touring Car Super Cup class and here in the Endurance Series. So there you go. Win-win. I wonder if we're going to get a response from Graham Nathan on that. We'll wait and see. Franco Di Matteo, the Italian stallion, continues to pilot his Di Matteo Racing Cobra around. Currently down in 5th place overall, 2nd in Class E, behind Steve Clark and Richard Rutz. Cobra Kai back down towards Potters. Here they go. Inside line from Gareth Pierce, going through on, that's the 11 car. And Zolela Njambuksa giving some space to play. And then right behind that, another Cobra squeezing through. One thing we can start looking at with almost half an hour to go is what the index of performance is going to look like. With nearly 35 minutes behind a safety car at one stage, plus 3 other safety car scenarios throughout this race, the index of performance is going to be highly unlikely to be high figures in terms of the percentage of that. And there's a separate competition, of course, for the index of performance in the South African Endurance Series. So I think what we do is throw out a question to you all, and if you've all got a timing monitor with you, if you're watching this, or if you've seen the timing and you've watched the race almost in its entirety, you might be wanting to think about who could potentially be in the running for that. Yes, Graham Nathan, spot on. It's a Super Cup Polo that Daniel Rowe and Masters piloted. The little beast, indeed. I think, Graham Nathan, you need to speak to Mike Rowe and possibly get me and you to pilot that car at the Killarney International Raceway for the 9 hour. I'll jump in and do some commentary, and then when you climb out the car and I jump into the car, you can come up here and do some unbelievable Graham Nathan race commentary. I miss that, bud. I miss those days. Graham Nathan, of course, one of SA's finest pilots in terms of any form of motorsport, and runs the Nathan's Motorsport workshop just outside of Kyalami, and does all of the race preparation for Volkswagen Motorsport, including the development of their race cars. Golf GTI GDCs, the Jetta GDCs that ran for a while, and of course all of the Super Cup Polos, and a lot of development as well in Volkswagen Motorsports Polo Cup Class 2. And at one stage was my partner in crime behind the microphone for Volkswagen Challenge and other motorsport events that we used to do together as well. So yeah, I have to agree. We'll agree to disagree there. The Super Cup Polo, last one on the podium, was Team Perfect Circles, but the Super Cup Polo of Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen Motorsports, Daniel Rowe and Keegan Masters, was the last one on the podium in PE for sure. Fire's been put out on the back there by the looks of it. We had a big fire on that hill just above the circuit there as the Cobra Kai head into Beacon Corner. Good little fight here between these Cobras. Nice mix up there. It's kind of like Cobra Cup as they go through. 5 of them onto the straight. Tavares coming up to that battle. Be wary about that. Morna Jurgens. Gareth Pierce. Is that this used behind the wheel of the 260 Harm Pretorius now? Yeah, Harm. Just wanted to see which one it was, because there's 2 Pretoriuses and a Besta behind the wheel of that car. It's Harm who's now jumped into the wheel to finish this up. Daryl's loving this Cobra battle. It's great. I'm not complaining, buddy. I'm not complaining. It is a good little battle out there. In the background, 2 more of them coming along with the Porsche. Gerald Wright behind the wheel of that People Group and Wright Motorsport Cobra. And into the complex we go. Pretorius fighting hard here. 61 is Hutting. Johan Hutting normally pilots a Porsche around circuits up in the northern regions. Also has a big affinity to, of course, the oval track racing. He's a big fan of that. We had Isak Spies in studio earlier on. I tried to get hold of him to try and have a bit of a comment from him, but he was busy with something else. But Spies, of course, always puts on a good show at the Vereeniging Oval Track. That's the Ultimate Outlaws track that Michael Steven is sponsored by. In similar machinery to the car who leads out, MP412C that Michael drives, as opposed to the 650S GT3 that Zolile is piloting up towards Beacon. Neveling has dropped outside the top 10. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that Audi back on track. It's the 5th time that they've had to stop for shopping now in the BMW. Probably be the last time they've got to do a refuel on that E36. And I wonder if it's going to be Gradwell to finish up the day's racing there for that team. Cobras are being caught rapidly now by the Porsche of Verissimo Tavares, Black Bull Racing and WCT Porsche. The squeaking in the background is the doors and windows that are starting to pump now from the wind, as it's still maintaining a good 60k an hour gust here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Done. Graham Nathan, done. Mike wants to race the car to win. And you and I don't know so much. Nice, bud. I thought at least you'd have my back there, man. I think we'd win overall, to be very honest with you. We've had an opportunity every now and again to race. And in fact, it was a great honor to race against you at one point in my career in production cars, where you were piloting some Volkswagen and Seat brands and me behind the wheel of the Mini. I think there's a very good possibility that 2 big guys can do a good job in the little beast. Sudale, information being sent to me down from Gary van der Spey in our pit lane. the Audi has retired. So Arnie Neveling will continue to fall by the wayside. He's out of the top 10 already. And that's a sad day there to lose another car at the front end of this field with Stradale Motorsports Audi R8 out of round 5. I know Mike Rowe was listening to that as well, so maybe we get a chance, eh? You never know, Graham. You never know. Stranger things have happened in motorsport, buddy. Cobra Kai going at it still. Sure, this is a great Cobra Cup event. Headed up to Beacon again. The Porsche's through on all of them. Actually making his way through there on Gareth Pierce. And now starts another lap. It'll be 122 laps completed now by Tavares. Pierce into pit lane. Wright, Haram Pretorius and Hutton going at it. This must be the final stop there for Gareth Pierce and Zane Pierce. They've had to battle from the back of the field. They were out almost instantaneously on the warm-up lap and eventually only got back on track after I think 60 or 70 laps had been completed by the leaders. So never say die here from this backdraft team. One of my favorite parts of that team is the one fire marshal and not fire marshal, one fire attendant and pit crew rocking the Gary McCoy Arai Slide King helmet. Nate giving a big double thumbs up to that last comment. Thanks, buddy. I mean that. I truly do. To be on the same track as you at the same time, bud, was one of the highlights of my race career. The very limited one that I had in production cars, but certainly loved every aspect of it, courtesy of G&H Transport and Monster, giving me a chance to go and live out my own dreams and have some fun on the racetrack as well as get behind a microphone and talk about it too. And of course Michael Rowe keeping me on board with the Volkswagen Polo Cup Championship for the last couple of seasons too. Has also been a very big honour to be part of that 25th anniversary of Polo in South Africa and Polo Cup as the race series, one of the longest standing one-make race series in the world. Heinz had enough. He's going to go and watch from the ground now. We'll catch you a bit later on. Hopefully get you on the podium as well, buddy, because the looks of things, the podium could be there. Aha! He's going to go and make sure that the Porsche's got some petrol. Maybe a little splash and dash required there. So thanks to Hein Larticon and his beautiful wife for coming to join us up here in the studio and watch some stuff from our side of things too. Little comments from him too were great. Across the line we go with the Mini Cooper. John Cooper Works S. And behind the wheel of that right now is Chris Pretorius. He loves that car. So does Rob Clark, and the two of them make a really little formidable pair. Remember they had a big incident with Rob Clark coming together with Cobra at Daisy's Raceway in the opening round of this championship. A full rebuild and chassis change on that Cooper S by Fast Developments to get the Bucketless Racing and Container Force Mini back into action. Cobra of... Is that Zane Pierce at the wheel of that Cobra now? Let's have a look and see if there is a change in the driver. No, Gareth has stayed in the car. Gareth stays in the car for the last 22 minutes of racing. And about to be caught and passed by the Super Cup Polo GTI of Mikhail Patamba. Lights on as of 5 o'clock this afternoon. And the sun is about to drop out of the sky, which is why we're going to have lights on from that point in time. just a reminder to everybody that's watching as well, this is the penultimate round of this championship. The final round will be heading down to the Killarney International Raceway, and that of course is on the weekend of the 9th, 10th and 11th of December for the final round of the championship and the 9 hour at Killarney. It's the week after the Kyalami 9 hour, where we will see the Intercontinental GT Championship make a welcome return to South African soil, and the South African GT Racing Association joining them as a national class to finish up their 2 hour endurance championship races, as well as the majority of the field then staying on to compete as a national class in the SRO Kyalami 9 hour. That's where we head to after this round. It's a big break. They need a big break because there's a couple of cars that are broken and will need to have some serious love and tender care given to them. Number 1 on top of that list will be the Chevron B26 of Franco Scabranti and Jason Campos, followed very closely, I would say, by the R8 Audi of Stradale Motorsports, Ari Neveling and Charles Arangis. Verissimo Tavares will be being watched and monitored by his teammate Hein Latergan to see if there's enough fuel in the car to get them to the end of the next 19 and a half minutes. Gerald Wright and Pesty Racing will probably be told to put their lights on at some stage as well. There are 2 teams out there that haven't got their lights on just yet, and I stand to be corrected, but I think there was a rule that at 5 o'clock the lights had to come on, and those 2 Cobras still with no lights on at all yet. Driver's not really concerned about it because there's still enough light to be seen, but in about 5 or 6 minutes time, when that sun drops out the sky, it gets dark pretty rapidly. Ibrahim Levy has just joined us as well. How are you doing, brother? How's my short and fast little friend Razor doing? Hope he's doing good. There was kart action, of course, at Swartkops today for the final round of Rotax, and the Africa Cup, I think, happens tomorrow at Swartkops as well. So some karting action that's happening around the country too, wrapping up the final round of the Rotax Max Championship and the Africa Open at karting circuit at the Swartkops International Raceway up in Pretoria West in Gauteng of South Africa. Off-road happening this weekend as well. I think it's Barberspun, if I'm not mistaken, that's happening. We heard that from Hein Latergan, and he was chatting to Glenn Hall yesterday about how fast Potter's Pass is. I'm a bit concerned about the camber on the back end of that Cobra for the People Group and Wright Motorsport car, but I think he might have set that up like that. Black Bull Racing Porsche, Tavares, about to be caught and passed, possibly for the last time here. With only 18 minutes still to go, this might be the last lap taken away from the second place car by the lead car of Zalila Latlaka and Chop Sapuka. Shot for that there, Ibrahim. Thanks for letting us know. I'm sure that things have gone according to plan there for the Razor's point of view. Reza Levy, one of the fastest young up-and-coming karters in the country. His dad joining us on our live stream feed here with 17 and a half minutes of race action still to come your way. Still some work to be done though, that is for sure. It's not all over just yet for the race action on track. Thanks, Bren. Appreciate that comment, buddy. Challenging weather conditions, that's for sure. We miss you as well. I can tell you right now. I can see that the love that you have for the local modified saloon car class is well worth it, because they put on a fantastic show today. They really did, in some trying conditions. And yes, definitely we'll see you next weekend at the Extreme Festival. I'm looking over my right shoulder and into the eyes of my partner in crime here. Are we covering that on a live stream for next week yet or not? Do you know? Okay, so there's a good possibility that we'll have the Extreme Festival live next weekend from PE's Aldo Scramanti Circuit, or Kabacha, I should say. New name there for Port Elizabeth. Hopefully we will get some live coverage of that. I know I'm coming down for it, so whether there's a live commentary or just a live stream commentary, hopefully it's a live stream commentary and we can go interactive like we've done at all the events so far this year. Can't lose out on the good regional action that'll be happening. Super Hatch, Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and Saloons, Car Care Clinic, Sports and GTs, Formula V, and Extreme Supercars, GNH Transport Extreme Supercars, and Volkswagen Challenge. Yes, great. That's a big field. That's a nice field of race action next weekend at the Aldo Scramanti Circuit. Back straight away in the beach straight there for Pesti Racing's Haran Pretorius. Tucked in behind here, Mikhail Patamba, Bucketless Racing. And Fast Developments, Polo Super Cup GTI. That is a valiant effort as well. Certainly up for possibilities of the drive of the day there. You've got two absolute rookies in motorsport. In a backdraft roadster, Zolela Njambuksa and Cornele Letlaka partnering up for the very first time, only having met each other on Thursday evening. And to get into single digits in South African Endurance Series race is not an easy task, that is for sure. So certainly got to be up for an accolade of some nature. Reminder to the guys that are watching on a live stream feed, might not have seen the WhatsApp message coming through there, but this is to the competitors that are watching, of course. It gives us an opportunity to interact with them as well. There will be a prize giving, social distance prize giving, of course, here in the upstairs area of East London Grand Prix Circuit to go through PE's prize giving as well as today's prize giving at the same time. We didn't get an opportunity to have a prize giving in Port Elizabeth after finishing up so late in the day, but it gives us a chance to get those prizes to the drivers that are here, that participated so well. We've got a high-flying kite that's just taken off here as well. I think it's from camera 2. No, that one's taped up. It's definitely not from camera 2. Beat straight, once again, Verissimo Tavares, also a rookie driver in his own right, partnering up with multiple SA champion Han Lartigan. Pekka Sorjoran, how are you, my brother? Good to see you here. Thanks for joining us, Pekka. A couple of guys jumping in the last couple of minutes as we were into almost 10 minutes to go. Ooh, and it's getting a little racy out there, isn't it? Hutting around the outside of Zolele Njambuksa. siren in the background is just people telling us that they're coming into pit lane. Hello, my queen. Jumping in here for the last 10 minutes, are you? I'm so glad that you did. Thank you. Had an interesting second half of this race, that is for sure. And it is fantastic to have this kind of race action here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. An historic venue, I have to say, and one of my favourites to come to. Arguably, maybe other than Desi's Raceway in KwaZulu-Natal, the most picturesque circuit in the country. Love going down to the south coast as well. Haven't had much of that other than the first round of this championship. And hopefully Desi's got some work for us at some stage again, as he plans another time attack event. And I know that he's working frantically to try and get a hill climb at the Desi's Raceway as well. I know that my queen will be willing to get down there if we do have an event like that, because she just wants to go and train with Jade Goodsight. If you a follower of Jade Goodsight on Instagram, do yourselves a favor, get up onto Instagram, follow Jade Goodsight, and if you ever want to know how to punish your body and get into magnificent nick, to put it in layman's terms, there is no one arguably more fitter, or the fittest athlete in the country, in Jade Goodsight, racing motorcycles, off-road bikes, bicycles, V8 cars, time attack cars, and spending probably good 4 or 5 hours a day in the gym as well. So definitely a man that you need to look up to if you're looking to get yourself into good shape. We have got under 10 minutes to go, Paul. Let's have a look at that overall standing with 9 minutes and some change to do. Top 10, Zolile Letlaka, Tavares, Clark, Patamba, Di Matteo, Pretorius, Wright, Njambuksa into 8th place now ahead of Craig Zank. Nice to see Craig Zank in the top 10 and in single digits as well. It's great to have him back in racing as well with this series. It's a man who spends most of his time in a drag car of some nature. Chris Budnick into 10th. So if we look at the way these things stand, you've got Patamba, Pretorius and Budnick all out of Bucketless Racing in the top 10. Zank Racing in 9th place. Our rookie team in 8th place. Gerald Wright in 2nd place overall behind, in fact he's dropped down to 3rd place behind Franco Di Matteo and Steve Clark for Class E. TT3s are 1 and 2 on track. Class B is led out by 4th place Mikael Patamba, Budnick in 10th, and down in fact out of that, the top 2, there's only 2 of them in Class B. Class GD3, Arnie Neveling will still be classified in 12th, I think, having completed enough laps to get that classification down in 12th place. But he won't actually be finished, he won't be classified, I've got to correct myself there, because he won't cross the finish line. So he won't be classified where he stands at the moment, down in 12th place, because he hasn't taken the flag. The rule is that you have to take the checkered flag and cross the finish line to be classified in an endurance race here in South Africa. Steve Clark will be looking to do that, and once again we'll put, if everything goes according to plan for the next 7.5 minutes, a Cobra Backdraft Racing Roadster onto the overall podium. First team to do that was at the first round at Desi's Raceway. No, it wasn't at Desi's Raceway. Where was it? It wasn't Desi's. It was Kursiva's, Robin and Steon Creel. Wasn't at Desi's. It was, I think it was the second last round. It may actually been here. No, it wasn't. It was at Desi's, but it was the year before. Desi's Raceway, beginning of the year, we had the big crash with the Mini. But the year before, we saw a Cobra on the overall podium, and that was the team from SKR, Steon Creel Racing. Steon, his wife Robin, and Kirsty Vaz, his good friend from Cape Town, partnering up to get that Cobra onto the overall podium. Steve Clark and Rechard Rutz have been trying hard to do that. And in fact, at the beginning of the race, Rechard Rutz actually led overall. As the Polo Super Cup GTI run out of fuel, there's a good possibility that that's the case. Mikael Patamba may need to come in for a splash and dash, and if he's not timed it to perfection down there is not where he wants to be. Thank you, Willie. We'll do that. I love the fact that you've enjoyed all of our coverage, and we will definitely drive back safely. We've got a Haval Jolion to get us home safely, and a P-Series truck to get us home as well. So massive thanks again to our team at Haval Edenvale, Roy Aubrey and his team, for supplying us the official safety cars for the weekend. And they may need to be called into action, because there is a Super Cup Polo GTI stricken on the entrance to gate corner. And 5 minutes is about to come up on the clock, which means pit lane will close. And I don't think Mikhail will then be able to make it back to take the checkered flag, and this could possibly be the end of his race. Because if he's going to be towed back into pit lane by the P-Series, and it's not confirmed just yet because I don't see a safety car being deployed at this stage. It's on the grass here with lights on, and I wonder if he's maybe out of harm's way. He might be parked into the entrance point there. Pit lane is now closed, so he's not going to be able to get into pit lane to get that refuel done, and that could be the end of the race there for Mikhail Patamba and his teammate Brad Scorer. What an unfortunate bit of luck there for the two young drivers in Bucket List Racing's Super Cup Polo GTI. He's got going again, but he can't come into pit lane. Well, he can come into pit lane, but he won't be able to get back out again. So if they get onto the radio, my suggestion is get on the radio and tell Mikhail to park it and wait. Go off at the kart circuit and wait, so that he's not in harm's way. I wonder if that's what they're going to tell him. He's now stopped again. Or run the clock down. Run the clock down as much as possible. 3.5 minutes you've got to run that clock down for. If he crosses the line and takes him 3.5 minutes to go from there to the checkered flag, that's exactly what he needs to do. However, that might not be allowed. They certainly have, Pops, they certainly have. Your V8 guys have done an amazing job. DiMatteo and Julian Familiaris sitting comfortably in 5th place. Possibly no, they're not going to move up unless there's a massive turnaround here. Safety car has been deployed for the final time. It looks like we might finish under safety car as well. That may play into the hands of Mikhail Patamba. If he slots into the queue and just crosses the line under safety, he might still be classified. I can see frantic activity down in the Fast Developments team, and a hectic amount of radio activity to tell Mikhail what to do. If he can get the car rolling and can finish the race under safety car, which is a good possibility of how it's going to finish, he may still be classified and finish up in 4th place. But what a bit of drama here at the end. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Terry, thank you for your comments, buddy. We appreciate it. I know you're all the way in the UK, but we do appreciate the fact that you've joined us here to see things out in round 5 of this incredible South African Endurance Series Championship. Round 6 happens, as I said, on the 10th and 11th of December, and that's at the Killarney International Raceway for the 9-hour, and that's a week after the South African GT Racing Association will finish up their championship at the Kyalami 9-hour with Intercontinental GT Championship, and the SRO coming back to the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit to finish their season for 2021. Right, the Jolion is coming into the complex. Now, let's see if 1 minute and 50 seconds is enough for that Bucket List Racing Polo Super Cup GTI to get going again and get onto the back of this train, which will then lead them across the line to take the checkered flag. 1 minute and 30 seconds, I don't think that's enough. But if the Jolion slows down, it might be. I think Mike Altona might be driving a little bit too fast there to allow what I thought might be the strategy for Bucketless Racing to get Mikhail up and running again. He can't get the car started though by the looks of things. And there will be one more lap to go. So if he stays there, he might lose a lap, but he won't lose the position. No, he's getting going again. He is. He's playing the game here. That is exactly what he has to do. Last lap has started under safety car. So we're going to finish under safety car, unfortunately. But it might not be a bad way to finish up the day's racing. Zolile Latlaka and Chopsapuka are looking to go back-to-back victories in East London for the Grand Prix Circuit and South African Endurance Series rounds here at this historic venue. I don't know if Mikhail got the correct information there. I wonder if he wants to get going. Yes, he wants to get going again. He's got the car rolling. They're going to pull him across the line. Should be interesting to see how this pans out, I got to tell you. P-Series Haval going to grab the front end of that Super Cup Polo and tow it around to finish up the day's racing. Now, I don't know where that's going to put him in terms of classification, because he's going to be towed back into pit lane, which means he won't cross the line and he won't be classified. I was hoping they were going to keep him out there a little bit longer. If they'd kept him out a minute longer, he would have been able to get onto the back of this field of cars. Now under safety car still. They're going to come around now to take checkered flag, so stand by for that checkered flag, guys. The hours are up of all four completed in racing. Anger, checkered flag on standby for the Jolion from Haval Edenvale to win the race. Well, not win it, but he'll be the first car across the line to take the checkered flag. The win is going to go to Zolile Latlaka and Chopsapuka, back-to-back victories at the East London Grand Prix Circuit in the SA Endurance Series, and making it the second time that a team of colour has gone and taken a victory here at their home circuit. Zolile Latlaka and Chopsapuka take a bow. Race win once again to Stradale Motorsport in the McLaren. Second place will be Verissimo Tavares and Hein Latergan in the Porsche. Steve Clark on the podium overall for Class C in the Cobra, and taking the win in the Cobra class as well, ahead of Franco Di Matteo and Julian Familiaris. Mikhail Patamba, well, he's classified at the moment in 5th place, but I think that might change because he does have to cross the checkered flag and take what would be this finish line for this one. Just going to watch in the background there if he's able to be released from the P-Series and roll that car across the line or not, or is he going to be peeling into pit lane? See if we can get that, please, Daryl, if you don't mind. Whether or not they're going to release him and allow him to take the checkered flag or take him into pit lane. Let's run through the results while we wait for that. Tavares takes GT3 second place, Latlaka overall, and the GT3 honours. Steve Clark first in Class E. Di Matteo and in Class E is second, and Gerald Wright third. Class B should be Patamba for the win if he's allowed to take the checkered flag, but it may now go to his stablemate Chris Budnick and Darren Winterboer in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. Class A will be Chris Pretorius in the Mini. His partner, of course, is Rob Clark. And then you've got driver of the day, I've got to say, probably for Zolele Njambuksa and Kwanele Letlaka. Rookie drivers, first time out in this championship and into the top 10. 8th place, single digits in the 11 car, nothing wrong. Craig Zank makes a welcome return with Len Marshall in 9th, and Chris Budnick in 10th place will be your possible Class B winner. Rest of the field, as you can see, with some issues to sort out. Hiram Pretorius finishing 11th. Arnie Neveling won't be classified in 12th place because of the fact that he has not crossed the line. That'll drop him out of contention as a DNF. Jan Hutting will finish up in 5th place in Class E alongside Lonica Martins. And it's Rob Green in the BMW with his teammate Sean Valance. And of course, the whole team at KWT coming through for the win in GT5. So I hope you've enjoyed all that action. Courtesy of up to 60 seconds here from the East London Grand Prix circuit. I don't think the Polo crossed the line. I think it might be stuck in pit lane, which unfortunately has then cost them an opportunity of their win in their class. And I'm going to shoot down to go and do some interviews now with our top 3 in the competitors. Well done, guys. I'll be back soon to wrap things up. But from our side, thank you to everybody who was watching all around the world. And I'll see you in a few minutes' time down in pit lane for the race interviews.
For more than what we've done here. When we left Prix, we were so charged, we're so eager to come back here and do it again, but thank God the car held it and Kolile finished the stint quite strong.
Quite emotional there, boy. I like that.
Yeah, we've done it again, but you know, they normally say if you keep at it, you must just be present. We had an outside chance of winning this, and you know, Lady Luck was on our side today. You know, with the unfortunate retirement of some quick cars, and here we are. We just took it home.
Consistency is key.
The gods of the Eastern Cape love us.
No, listen, I'm going to take nothing away from your effort out there, because go back to back is very, very good.
Yeah.
But have a look down the pit lane there. There's a certain other brother and a new young brother who's come through, finished 8th overall, possibly 7th because of issues with the final bucket list car and them slowing down on that last lap, which you guys passed. You would have seen that.
Yes.
But it means there's 4 brothers in the top 8.
You know what? I'm happy that my younger brother is here. He's enjoying it. It's his first endurance, and he took it home. That's good. Kept it on the black stuff. That's the most important.
Zolele Njambuksa coming out of an incredible story, but more importantly, that is certainly a man to watch out for in the future. And if he gets under the auspices of the two of you, along with your brother, there's definitely a future for that young boy.
No, absolutely. You know, it's so important that we recognize talent when it's there and try and nurture it and hold it, and hopefully it will flourish.
So much for what we've seen in motorsport in the past. Things are changing, aren't they?
Yeah, watch out for the 9 hour. The whole black team is coming. Watch out.
You heard it first, yeah. Let's move on to second place. Where did they disappear to there? There we go, the Porsche boys. Come on in here, let's have a look and see. I've got Verissimo. Where is Hein? I don't know where he disappeared to, but we'll get Hein. Oh, there he is, there we go. Hein's here, we'll get Hein first of all, buddy. An amazing effort. We got to chat to you earlier on during the broadcast, but I don't think you were expecting this to happen with those fast cars involved initially.
No, for sure not. I mean, when we at the start with the rain, I think we managed to basically put the stamp on the race. You know, I mean, we could stick to like third. Then we got not lucky, but I mean a few of the cars didn't finish. So I mean it was an amazing result. And I mean of course for Verissimo to keep the car in second place. I mean there was fast guys behind him and I mean he did very well and kept it on the black stuff. I mean.
There's no doubt about it. Now listen, you and I chatted on Thursday, and I told you by the time you leave here, you're going to have a favourite circuit in South Africa. Was I right?
Yeah, possibly. I said to Hein yesterday, PE felt like a boxing match, and this felt like a bar fight. Let me tell you, it was tough. It's very, very unassuming, and the car changed completely in the last hour. But yeah, we're happy to bring it home, watching the petrol. Yep. We're happy to be here.
Black Bull Racing on the podium again. He must be pretty stoked with back-to-back ones there.
Completely stoked. I think I'm surprised he's happy, or he's surprised and I'm happy. So let's see.
We're both happy.
We're both happy.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys out in Cape Town. Of course, that'll be something completely a welcome return for you to the Cape Town circuit, but your first time there as well.
Absolutely. It's all first time for me.
Fantastic, man. Congratulations, guys. We've got one more to do there, of course, moving down to our boys, the Banana Boys. We're going to pop in here quickly. Gentlemen, the last time a Cobra was on the podium overall, it was in the hands of Sion Kriel and Robin, but you guys have been working frantically to get that right, Rach.
The car has just been amazing. I must say we didn't do that much work. Lately it's just been regular maintenance. This car, I mean, it's a pleasure to race. It's amazing. It's an amazing car to race.
Stevie, you kept him out there for a long time. It wasn't a bad strategy, but at one point you must have been blown away that he was actually leading overall.
Yeah, I mean, we both said something that probably exactly the same words as each other that we shouldn't repeat. But
it was the expletives were there, weren't they?
Yeah.
You're looking forward to going down to Cape Town now and possibly wrapping up the championship for Class E?
For sure. Yeah, it's going to be a big one, and obviously double points in Cape Town, 9 hours. We did quite well last year. We had a few problems, and hopefully we have no problems this time.
Well, if it runs like it did today, Rich, it's certainly on the cards for even a possible overall win.
Well, we're definitely going to give it a go. No Sweat Racing does their magic, breathe on the car a bit more. What can't go better, eh?
No, they're on, boys. Congratulations and well done. Third place there for them. And of course,
I just want to say something. In my whole racing career, I've never had a weekend where I've worked so little on a car as this weekend. How's that? Ever.
Well, take that as a way to go.
3 decades.
That's the way to go. Come to a racetrack and not have to work on a race car is the way to go. And of course, that wraps things up here for round 5 of the South African Endurance Series Championship. We hope you enjoyed all the action. A massive thanks to everybody here at East London Grand Prix Circuit and the Border Motorsport Club, particularly to the marshals who were incredible in getting that flame ball out and the track cleared in record time. And we look forward to Killarney International Raceway. Of course, that happens on the 9th and 10th and 11th of December. It's the final round. It's for double points, and we'll be seeing all of you on our live stream coverage from the Killarney International Raceway. From my side, Greg Maloney, and on behalf of the team of Up to 60 Seconds, thanks for joining us. Thanks for the likes and shares, and please do more of them as we continue our coverage here of the South African Endurance Series. Round 5 here at East London Grand Prix Circuit. Take care then. Bye-bye now.